Chapter 2, Stanza 1. 22 foundation letters, 3 mothers, 7 doubles, and 12 elementals. The 3 mothers are Aleph, Mem, Shin. Their foundation is a pan of merit, a pan of liability, and the tongue of decree deciding between them. 3 mothers, Aleph, Mem, Shin. Mem hums, Shin hisses, and Aleph is the breath of air deciding between them. 22 foundation letters. Having completed the initiation into the 10 Sefirot, the text now discusses the 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. 3 mothers. The first set of letters are the 3 mothers, which will be discussed in further detail in Chapter 3. Here they're introduced because they define the thesis, antithesis, synthesis structure that is central to the teachings of Sefer Yetzirah. They also serve as an introduction to the meditative techniques involving the letters. These 3 letters represent the 3 columns into which the Sefirot are divided. The right-hand column, headed by Chokhmah, is represented by Mem. The left column, headed by Binah, is represented by Shin. The center column, headed by Keter, is represented by Aleph. As discussed earlier, Chokhmah is water, which is here represented by Mem. Binah is fire, which is Shin. And Keter is breath air, which is the Aleph. A pan of merit. The Hebrew word for pan here is kaf. This word can denote the pan of a scale, but it also denotes the palm of the hand. Likewise, the word lashon can be used for the tongue of a balance, the pointer which indicates when the 2 pans are in equilibrium. Its usual meaning, however, is the tongue that is in the mouth. Therefore, on one hand, the letters Aleph, Mem, Shin represent the 2 pans and tongue of a balance. On the other hand, they represent the 2 hands and the covenant between them, which is the tongue. Chapter 1, Stanza 3. The tongue of decree. The Hebrew word for decree here is chok. This comes from the root chakak, meaning to engrave. It is the tongue of balance that engraves the letters. This is represented by the letter Aleph, the basis of the alphabet. In the most elemental terms, Mem, Shin, and Aleph represent thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. The analogy is that of a scale. See Figure 15. There is a pan of merit and a pan of liability. This is very much like the scale used to weigh one's merits and sins, which is mentioned in the Talmud. In the center is the fulcrum and pointer, both represented by the Aleph, which is the tongue of decree. In practical application, these letters can also be used. If one wishes to create a situation in which he himself or another person is to be brought to the side of merit, one does so by making use of the letter Mem. The techniques shall be discussed later. Similarly, if one wishes to bring an enemy to the side of liability so that he should be judged harshly on high, one makes use of the letter Shin. Aleph is used to bring a person to be judged fairly and evenly. These qualities also come into play in popular usage. Humming, which involves pronouncing the letter Mem, is usually seen as a happy, pleasant, positive activity. Conversely, one hisses at a villain or enemy, pronouncing the letter Shin. Mem hums, Shin hisses. The Hebrew word for hum here is damam, in which the letter Mem is dominant. Similarly, the word for hiss is sharak, which begins with a shin. The humming sound associated with Mem is very calm, and it is thus the sound associated with water and Chokhmah consciousness. If one wishes to attain Chokhmah consciousness, one repeats this sound in the manner described, like the Kabbalists. The resemblance between this and the Om chant is certainly more than coincidental. This sound is also closely associated with prophecy, which involves Chokhmah consciousness. The Kabbalists say that the fine, still, Dmama voice, 1 Kings chapter 19 verse 12, heard by Elijah, was actually a fine humming sound. This humming sound is used to attain such a state of consciousness, and as such, it is experienced when one is in a prophetic state. Just as telling is a passage in Job, chapter 4 verses 12 through 16, which incidentally also describes the prophetic experience very graphically. A word was stolen to me. My ear caught a touch of it. In meditations from night visions, when a trance falls on man, terror called me, and I shuddered. It terrorized most of my bones. A spirit passed before my face, made the hair of my flesh stand on end. It stood, and I did not recognize its vision. A picture was before my eyes. I heard a hum, Dmama, and a voice. Job chapter 4 verses 12 through 16. The letter Shin has the hissing sound of SH or S. This sound is associated with fire and Binah consciousness. The two sounds, M and SH, may also be used as a device for oscillating between Binah and Chokhmah consciousness. One invokes a strong state of Binah consciousness by pronouncing the Shin, and then swings to Chokhmah consciousness by voicing the Mem. The pronunciation of these two letters can also include the 5 primary vowels, in a manner that will be described in Chapter 2, Stanza 5 in greater detail. It is significant to note that these two sounds are dominant in the word chashmal, which, according to the Kabbalists, is the interface between the physical and the spiritual. In his vision, Ezekiel thus says that he saw the appearance of chashmal in the midst of the fire. Ezekiel chapter 1 verse 4. It was only after visualizing the chashmal that Ezekiel was able to perceive the chayot and enter into the state of prophecy. In our present terminology, chashmal would be the interface between Binah consciousness and Chokhmah consciousness. It therefore appears out of the midst of the fire, since it arises from a state of Binah consciousness. Since M and SH are the dominant consonants in chashmal, it is thus possible that the word itself was used as a mantra when the prophet swung between Binah and Chokhmah consciousness. The appearance of chashmal would then be the visual experience that one would have during such a state of oscillation. Even the more advanced prophets, who could enter a state of Chokhmah consciousness at will, would use the term chashmal to describe this interface. According to the Talmud, the word chashmal comes from two words, chash, meaning silence, and mal, indicating speech. It can therefore be translated as speaking silence. It is a double sensation, where one is experiencing the silence of Chokhmah consciousness and the speech of Binah consciousness at the same time. The two parts of the mind are experiencing different things simultaneously. Such double sensation can be easily experienced. Take a red glass and place it over the right eye, and place a green glass over the left eye. When you look through both eyes, you will perceive two opposite sensations simultaneously. The world will take on a surrealistic, almost spiritual appearance. The interface between Chokhmah and Binah is even more ethereal. The Kabbalists also note that the two letters Shin and Mem spell out Shem, the word for name. It is through the names of objects, and in particular through divine names, that one can make the transition between Chokhmah and Binah consciousness. As the Baal Shem Tov taught, it is through a name that one can grasp the spiritual essence of a person or object. The Zohar also says that the letters Mem and Shin define the mystery of Moses, whose Hebrew name, Moshe, is spelled Mem, Shin, He. This would be an allusion to the fact that the two consonants, Mem and Shin, represent Chokhmah and Binah. The He has a numerical value of 5, and this would represent the 5 primary vowels with which the combination of consonants is pronounced. See Table 16. A somewhat similar idea is taught explicitly by the early Kabbalists. The Torah states that Moses killed an Egyptian who was striking an Israelite, and the Midrash explains that this was accomplished with a divine name. When he struck the Egyptian, the Torah reports that Moses looked here, ko, and there, ko. Exodus chapter 2, verse 12. In Hebrew, both here and there are ko, a word which has a numerical value of 25. The Kabbalists say that this represents the 25 combinations between two letters that are possible with the 5 primary vowels. See Figure 16. Aleph is the breath of air. Aleph is a silent consonant, and as such, it represents a simple breath of air. This does not draw one toward either state of consciousness. Normally, breathing is an unconscious act, and hence it pertains to Chokhmah consciousness. However, one can also control one's breathing, and it is then in the domain of Binah consciousness. Consciously controlling the breath is therefore a valid technique for bringing together these two states of consciousness. It is also useful in making the transition between the two states. Thus, the Kabbalists make use of controlled breathing in association with such techniques as pronouncing two consonants with the 5 primary vowels. In particular, such a breath comes between the pronunciation of the Mem and the Shin. Chapter 2, Stanza 2. 22 foundation letters. He engraved them. He carved them. He permuted them. He weighed them. He transformed them. And with them, he depicted all that was formed, and all that would be formed. He engraved them. First, the letters are engraved out of nothingness. Then, they are carved out and separated. They are then permuted, so that a given combination appears in different sequences. They then are weighed and manipulated according to their numerical values. Finally, they can be transformed through the various standard ciphers. These ciphers are shown in Table 17. Each letter represents a different type of information. Through the various manipulations of the letters, God created all things. The final expressions of creation were therefore the 10 sayings, found in the first chapter of Genesis. Each saying consisted of words, which in turn consisted of letters. This section can also be read in the imperative. Engrave them, carve them, permute them, weigh them, and depict all that was formed. When interpreted in this manner, this section is teaching a technique discussed by various Kabbalists. The initiate must first depict the letters, engraving them in his mind. Then he must carve them out, making them fill his entire consciousness. After this, he can permute them in various ways. He can also manipulate them through their numerical values and the standard ciphers. Another important technique involved meditating on the letters by writing them. The simplest method was to take a word and permute it in all possible ways. If one used a set system to permute these letters, this was called Gilgul, or cycling of the letters. In more advanced systems, one would also use gematria, numerical values, and the ciphers to extend the process. In effect, writing or reciting these letter combinations was very much like repeating a mantra. It serves to blank out all thought from the mind and allow it to reach a state of Chokhmah consciousness. Visualizing the letters is very much like some of the more advanced contemplative methods of meditation, and it has a similar effect. In all, there are 5 basic techniques mentioned here. These parallel the 5 phonetic families discussed in the next section. Chapter 2, Stanza 3. 22 foundation letters. He engraved them with voice. He carved them with breath. He set them in the mouth in 5 places. Aleph, Chet, Hey, Ayin in the throat, gutturals. Gimel, Yud, Kaf, Kuf in the palate, palatals. Daled, Tet, Lamed, Nun, Tav in the tongue, linguals. Zayin, Samech, Shin, Resh, Tzadi in the teeth, dentals. Bet, Vav, Mem, Pei in the lips, labials. He engraved them with voice. As explained earlier, engrave means to sound a letter, while carve means to express it. Some versions add, he bound them to the tongue like a flame is bound to a burning coal. This is similar to an expression used in Chapter 1, Stanza 7. In 5 places. The division of the letters into 5 groups is presented here, but this is the only time that this is mentioned in Sefer Yetzirah. No apparent reason or application for this division is given. One hint may come from what we said in Chapter 1, Stanza 13. The 3 letters of the name, Yud, Hey, Vav, are the first of the 12 elementals to be found in the first 3 phonetic families when taken in alphabetical order, gutturals, labials, and palatals. See Table 18. There are 2 basic ways in which these families are ordered. The first way is that which is presented here, which starts from the throat, the most internal part of the mouth, and then continues outward to the lips. The second ordering, found in the older commentaries, takes the groupings in alphabetical order. See Table 19. The most obvious reason for the 5 phonetic families would be so that the divisions of the alphabet should parallel the divisions in the 5-dimensional continuum defined by Sefer Yetzirah. Indeed, the Kabbalists teach that these 5 groups parallel the 5 loves and 5 strengths, which are the end points of these dimensions. Refer to Chapter 1, Stanza 3. The assignment of these families to specific dimensions, however, is not indicated, although it may be derived indirectly. It is significant to note that all 5 families are present in Bereshit, the first word of the Torah. One of the mysteries of the Sefer Yetzirah is the fact that the double letters are not mentioned. These double letters are the ones which have different forms in the middle and at the end of a word: Mem, Nun, Tzadi, Pei, and Kaf. As the Talmud states, the forms of these letters were forgotten and later reinstituted by the prophets. There is absolutely no reference to these doubles in Sefer Yetzirah. The Kabbalists, however, draw a parallel between the 5 phonetic families and the 5 doubled letters. According to the Ari, the letters paralleling the phonetic families in the order presented here are Tzadi, Nun, Kaf, Mem, Pei. See Table 20. Another concept that is conspicuously missing in the Sefer Yetzirah is that of the vowels. Here again, they form a group of 5, the main vowels being Cholam, O, Kametz, A, Tzere, E, Chirik, I, and Shuruk, U. See Table 21. These are often alluded to in the mnemonic Pituchei Chotam, the signet engraving of the Bible, Exodus chapter 28, verse 11. Another mnemonic is Nutarei Kon. Although there are other vowels in Hebrew, these 5 are considered to be the root vowels, both by the grammarians and by the Kabbalists. The Zohar clearly draws a parallel between the 5 phonetic families and the 5 prime vowels, and this is echoed by other Kabbalists. The 5 primary vowels would then also represent the 5 dimensions of the Sefer Yetzirah. In general, the 5 vowels are very important in the use of the Sefer Yetzirah. The usual procedure is to take a pair of letters, pronouncing them with the 25 possible combinations of the 5 vowels. This appears in the system of Rabbi Abraham Abulafia, as well in various techniques of making a golem. There appear, however, to be a number of different opinions as to the ordering of the vowels, and a few of these are presented in Table 22. Some of the later Kabbalists also assign the 5 phonetic families to the 5 Sefirot, Chesed, Gvura, Tiferet, Netzach, and Hod. Yesod is not included, since in this respect, Yesod and Tiferet are counted as one. Furthermore, Yesod pertains to melody rather than to sound. There is, however, a difference of opinion between the Ari and the Ramak as to whether the Sefirot are to be taken in descending or in ascending order. The 5 main vowels are also assigned to these same Sefirot. See Table 23. The first clue as to how to assign these to the 5-dimensional continuum comes from the ordering of the final letters in the Talmud: Mem, Nun, Tzadi, Pei, Kaf. In all sources, both Talmudic and Kabbalistic, the letters are presented in this order. The correct alphabetical order of the letters, however, would be Kaf, Mem, Nun, Pei, Tzadi. See Table 24. The question then arises: why are these letters usually not presented in their alphabetical order? Earlier, in Chapter 1, Stanza 3, however, we've spoken of the division of the 10 Sefirot into 2 groups representing the 2 hands. These are the 5 loves and the 5 judgments. In the order of the Sefirot, they are 5 loves, Keter, Chochmah, Chesed, Tiferet, Netzach. 5 judgments, Binah, Gvura, Hod, Yesod, Malchut. It is immediately obvious that each group represents a set of endpoints in the 5-dimensional continuum. The pairing in this continuum is Keter Malchut, good-evil, Chochmah Binah, past-future, Chesed Gvura, south-north, Tiferet Yesod, east-west, Netzach Hod, up-down. If we now take the final letters in alphabetical order and line them up with the 5 loves in order, we have the following assignment. Kaf equals Keter, Malchut. Mem equals Chochmah, Binah. Nun equals Chesed, Gvura. Pe equals Tiferet, Yesod. Tzadi equals Netzach, Hod. We now must take the 5 strengths as the opposite endpoints in the 5-dimensional continuum. Placing them in order, we then have Binah equals Mem, Gvura equals Nun, Hod equals Tzadi, Yesod equals Pe, Malchut equals Kaf. This is the precise order in which these letters are usually presented, and this hardly appears to be coincidental. Also significant is the fact that the Ari states that the usual order M, N, Tz, P, Kh, or Mem, Nun, Tzadi, Pei, Kaf, only applies to these letters when they parallel the 5 strengths. When they relate to the 5 loves, they are in direct alphabetical order. See Table 25. Since each of the final letters represents one of the phonetic families, these can also be assigned to their appropriate dimension. In relating the 5 primary vowels to these phonetic families, the Zohar presents them in the order I, U, E, O, A, this being the order that they appear in Pituchei Chotam. Since the Zohar here presents the phonetic families in alphabetical order, a parallel can immediately be drawn. Gutturals: Aleph, Chet, Hey, Ayin. I, Chirik. Labials: Bet, Vav, Mem, Pei. U, Shuruk. Palatals: Gimel, Yud, Kaf, Kuf. E, Tzereh. Linguals: Daled, Tet, Lamed, Nun, Taf. O, Cholam. Dentals: Zayin, Samech, Shin, Resh, Tzadi. A, Kametz. We now have 3 groups of 5, the phonetic families, the final letters, and the primary vowels. All these can be related to the 5 dimensions. As all the sections, this one can also be read in the imperative, providing an important technique. The text then says, engrave them with voice, carve them with breath, and set them in the mouth in 5 places. The instruction is to carefully pronounce each letter of these 5 families. This is, engrave them with voice. Then one must carve them with breath, contemplating each letter carefully and concentrating on the breath that is exhaled while it is pronounced. Finally, one must set them in the mouth, meditating on the place in the mouth with which the letter is pronounced. In this exercise, each family may also be pronounced with its appropriate vowel. This yields a chant that can be used for this exercise. See Table 26. The purpose of this exercise is to make the initiate highly aware of the physical processes involved in pronouncing the letters. While speech itself involves Binah consciousness, the pronunciation of the letters is an automatic activity, and hence it involves Chokhmah consciousness. With this exercise, the initiate learns to make use of the letters with Chokhmah consciousness. By pronouncing them physically, he then clothes them in Binah. It is through this exercise that he learns to use the letters as paths of wisdom. In the first section of this chapter, the 2 mothers, Mem and Shin, were used as an exercise to oscillate between Chokhmah and Binah consciousness. The second section presented an exercise involving the pronunciation and permutation of letters, making them fill the entire mind. Now, we have a third exercise, where one meditates on the physical processes involved in pronouncing the letters, drawing all of them into Chokhmah consciousness. Once this has been mastered, the initiate is ready to embark on the more advanced techniques involving the 231 gates. Chapter 2, Stanza 4. 22 foundation letters. He placed them in a circle, like a wall, with 231 gates. The circle oscillates back and forth. A sign for this is, there is nothing in good higher than delight, oneg. There is nothing evil lower than plague, nega. In a circle. The word for circle here is galgal. This can also be translated as sphere or cycle. Later, the Sefer Yetzirah speaks of the galgal again, saying, the cycle, galgal, in the year is like a king in the province. Chapter 6, stanza 3. The first chapter spoke of the 32 paths of wisdom. As discussed there in Chapter 1, stanza 1, the number 32, when written out, spells lev, meaning heart. The text later speaks of the mystical experience by saying, if your heart runs, Chapter 1, stanza 8. It also warns, bridle your heart from thinking. The first chapter thus speaks of one aspect of kingship, which is the heart. As the text later says, The heart in the soul is like a king in war. Chapter 6, stanza 3. The heart, therefore, dominates the continuum of the spiritual. Now, in the second chapter, the text is turning to a second aspect of kingship, the cycle, Galgal, which dominates time. In general, if a number of points are placed in a circle, the number of possible lines that can connect any pair of points can be easily calculated. If we let n be the number of points and L the number of lines, the formula is L equals n multiplied by n minus 1 divided by 2. Take the number, multiply it by the number below it, and divide by 2. Thus, 3 points in a circle can be joined by 3 lines, 4 points by 6 lines, 5 points by 10 lines, and 6 points by 15 lines. See Figure 17. A given number of points can always be joined by the number of lines provided by the formula. The number of lines that can connect the 22 letters placed in a circle is therefore 22 times 21 divided by 2. See Figure 18. Making the calculation, we find that there are 231 such lines. These are the 231 gates. Like a wall. This can also be read in the imperative. Place them in a circle, like a wall with 231 gates. The Kabbalists present an important meditation regarding these gates. This is based on a text in the first chapter. Engrave them like a garden, carve them like a wall, deck them like a ceiling. Chapter 1, stanza 11. The initiate must contemplate the ground, visualizing it as murky black mud. He must then engrave the 22 letters, forming each one in his mind. These should make a circle in the ground. Then, he must carve them like a wall. He must carve each letter out of the ground and stand each one up, making a circle of letters, surrounding him like a wall. One of the major Kabbalists, Rabbi Isaac of Akko, speaks of a similar meditation, where the letters are visualized on the horizon. Next, the initiate must deck them like a ceiling. He must imagine the 231 lines connecting the 22 letters, and depict them like a ceiling over his head. Once he has completed this exercise, he is ready to make use of the circle. If he wishes to use it to create, he must proceed in direct order, beginning with the Aleph. Focusing the mind on the Aleph, he then follows each of the 21 paths emanating from it to the other letters, from Bet to Tav. He continues in this manner, using all the other letters. See Figure 19. According to some, this is also a technique for making a golem. If one wishes to destroy it, one proceeds in the precise opposite direction, beginning with Tav and ending with Aleph. Some commentaries present a more primitive method, where the initiate actually draws a circle around the object that he wishes to form. Proceeding in a circle, he chants the letter combinations, first Aleph with all the other letters, then Bet, until the alphabet is completed. If one wishes to destroy the creation, he proceeds in the opposite direction. It is also related that the disciples of the Riva attempted to use the Sefer Yetzirah to make a creature. They went in the wrong direction, however, and sunk in the earth up to their waists through the power of the letters. Trapped, they cried out for help. The Riva was finally contacted, and he told his other disciples to recite the alphabets while proceeding in the opposite direction until the others were freed. There is some question as to whether proceeding here means that one should actually walk around the circle, or whether it means that one must merely move around it mentally and meditatively. With 231 gates. The number 231 represents the number of ways in which two different letters of the Hebrew alphabet can be connected. This number also is the number of two-letter words that can be formed with the letters, provided the same letter is not repeated, and provided that order is not considered. These combinations may be arranged in a triangle. This first method is called the logical method, figure 20. Besides this, there's also a Kabbalistic method, figure 21, which is somewhat more complex. In the Kabbalistic method, one begins by writing the entire Hebrew alphabet, from Aleph to Tav. On the second line, one writes every other letter, ending with Shin. One then skips the Tav and begins once again with Aleph. The sequence therefore repeats itself. In the third line, one writes every third letter. In the fourth, every fourth letter, continuing until the 21 lines have been completed. One then has the initial array. The 11th line is particularly interesting. Since 22 is divisible by 11, the two letters, Aleph and Lamed, repeat themselves for the entire line. The next step is to take the array and break it into pairs. This yields 21 lines and 11 columns, producing a total of 231 pairs. These are the 231 gates, according to the Kabbalistic method. See figure 22. This system is actually not as complex as it first appears. To understand it more thoroughly, we can take a similar array using the numbers from 0 to 9 instead of letters. It is quite simple to make such an array. See figure 23. In the first line, one merely counts from 0 to 9. In the second line, one counts by 2. As soon as we reach 10, we merely use the last digit. In the third line, we do the same, counting by 3, and using only the final digit. The rest of the array is formed using subsequent numbers. What we actually have, then, is a simple multiplication table, where only the last digits have been retained. Clearly obvious in this array is the diagonal symmetry, which is also found in the alphabetical array. The fifth line is particularly significant. When one counts by 5, one obtains the numbers 5, 10, 15, 20, and so on. Therefore, when only the last digits are taken, 5 and 0 alternate on this line. The same is true of the 11th line in the alphabetical array, where the Aleph and the Lamed alternate. One then divides the array into double columns to form a numerical analog of the 231 gates. The only difference is that when working with the alphabet, we are in effect using a number base of 22. See figure 24. One thing that is immediately apparent is the fact that even though we obtain 45 pairs, they do not correspond exactly to the 45 unique pairs that can be obtained from 10 digits. See figure 25. We actually find that 14 pairs are missing, while an equal number are repeated. The most glaring example of this is the repetition of the combination 0-5, which occurs 5 times. Another redundancy is 8-0, which is merely the reverse of 0-8. Just as one can begin each sequence from Aleph, so one can also begin it from Bet. One would then have a similar array, with each line beginning with a Bet instead of an Aleph. Each letter of the Bet array would be one higher than the corresponding letter in the Aleph array. One can make similar arrays with all the letters of the alphabet. Very important is the 11th line, where the letter pairs repeat themselves. In the Aleph array, the letters Aleph and Lamed repeat themselves in this line. In the Bet array, the letters Bet and Mem will repeat themselves. As subsequent arrays are constructed, the repeating letters continue to conform to those in the Al-Bam cipher. See figure 26. This holds true until one reaches the Kaf array, where the letters Kaf and Tav repeat. In the Lamed array, the letters Aleph and Lamed repeat, so that this is the reverse of the Aleph array. The repeating letters in the subsequent arrays are the reverse of those in the first 11 arrays. Therefore, there are 11 arrays where the 11th line has the pairs in the al-bam sequence repeating. The next 11 arrays have their reverse repeating. A number of somewhat similar arrays are used by the later Kabbalists. Instead of using the Kabbalistic method, however, they merely skip a number of letters in the second column, and then proceed with the alphabet in its usual order. It is not clear if these later Kabbalists did this so as to conceal the true method, or if it actually represents a completely different procedure. See Figure 27. According to either procedure, there are 11 arrays in which the pairs represented by al-bam are dominant. Then, there are another 11 arrays where the reverse of these pairs are dominant. The first 11 arrays are said to represent the 11 Sefirot, when the quasi-Sefirah dot, knowledge, is also included. The sequence is Keter, Chokhmah, Bina, Dat, Chesed, Gvura, Tiferet, Netzach, Hod, Yesod, Malchut. The first 11 arrays, where the pairs of al-bam are in direct order, represent the front of these 11 Sefirot. The second set of 11, where these pairs are reversed, represent the back of the Sefirot. These arrays are presented in Appendix 3. Although the Sefer Yetzirah says 10 and not 11 in Chapter 1, Stanza 4, this is only speaking of the inner essence of the Sefirot. When we speak of their representation as letter arrays, we are speaking of their outer essence. And here, dot, knowledge, is also counted, making 11. These arrays are very important in binding oneself to the Sefirot. They are also used in the creation of a golem. According to the early Kabbalists, the 231 gates are alluded to in the name Israel. In Hebrew, Israel is spelled Y-I-S-R-A-E-L, Yisrael. These letters can also spell out Yesh Relah, which literally means there are 231. The Midrash states that at the beginning of creation, Israel rose in thought. The name Israel thus alludes to the fact that creation took place through these 231 gates. According to the later Kabbalists, these 231 gates are what remained in the vacated space that preceded creation. When the Sefer Yetzirah speaks of the 32 paths of wisdom, it uses the word nativ for path. The numerical value of nativ is 462, exactly twice 231. Since each of the 231 gates contains 2 letters, there are a total of 462 letters in each array. It is therefore evident that the paths of wisdom are related to these arrays. In some versions of Sefer Yetzirah, the actual reading is 462 gates. There is, however, a very ancient tradition which reads 221 gates rather than 231. This is the reading favored by Rabbi Eliezer Rokeach of Worms, who learned it by tradition from Rabbi Yehuda HaChassid. See Figure 28. The Kabbalists note that this number is based on the Talmudic teaching that in the future world, King David's cup will hold 221 measures. This is based on the verse, "You have anointed my head with oil, my cup is overflowing." Psalm 23, verse 5. In Hebrew, overflowing is rivayah, which has a numerical value of 221. The term rivayah is later used by Sefer Yetzirah to denote the temperate season, paralleling the letter Aleph, as in Chapter 3, stanzas 5 and 7. Just as the Aleph serves as the intermediate between Shin and Mem, these arrays might serve as a means of transition between Binah and Chokhmah consciousness. Also significant is the context of this teaching. The beginning of this verse is, "You have anointed my head with oil." This alludes to the feeling of being bathed in oil, which is frequently encountered during the mystical experience. Attaining such an experience is therefore associated with these 221 gates. The number 221 is also significant as being the product of two primes, 17 and 13. The numbers can therefore be placed in a unique array. This system follows logically from the Kabbalistic method discussed earlier. In the array produced by this method, the two letters, Aleph and Lamed, are repeated 11 times. Since this is a single combination, such repetition is redundant. In Eliezer Rokeach's system, the Aleph Lamed pair is used only once. Since 10 such pairs are omitted, instead of 231 gates, one is left with 221. Similar arrays can be made beginning with the other letters. These are presented in Appendix 3. Another important representation of the 231 gates is that of Rabbi Abraham Abulafia. This is somewhat like the logical array, but it is set in a rectangle with the upper right side arranged so as to fill in the missing letters, figure 29. The structure is discernible when one studies its numerical analog, figure 30. Close examination shows some redundancy in this array. Certain combinations are repeated, while others are omitted. This array can be modified, however, so that its redundancies are removed and all combinations are represented. See figure 31 and figure 32. Even with the redundancies removed, however, the extreme left column is anomalous and complex. This anomaly can be removed, and the array is then further simplified. See figures 33 and 34. The number 231 represents the total number of combinations of two letters. The number of combinations of three letters is 1,540. Rabbi Abraham Abulafia notes that this is equal to 22 times 70. The number 70 represents the 70 primary languages. If each of these languages had an alphabet of 22 letters, there would be a total of 1,540 letters. In general, the number of combinations of n letters is given by the formula C equals the fraction with numerator 22 factorial and denominator, open bracket, n factorial times, open parentheses, 22 minus n, close parentheses, factorial, close bracket. Values of the numbers from 0 to 22 are provided in Table 27. There is nothing in good higher than delight. This is because the Bible refers to the most direct experience of God using the word delight, oneg. It is thus written, "Then you will delight upon God." Isaiah chapter 58, verse 14. The word for plague, nega, is obtained from oneg by simple rotation. The term nega denoted especially a leprosy-like plague, which was a sign of disapproval by God. See figure 35. In an earlier section, chapter 1, stanza 13, we discussed how permutations such as these can result in opposites. A very similar permutation is presented by the Kabbalists. The highest spiritual level to which one can aspire is the Sefirah of Keter, crown. The further one climbs, however, the more rarefied the atmosphere, and the greater the spiritual danger. By a simple permutation, the word keter becomes karet, the Hebrew word for excision, where a person is completely cut off spiritually. One of the early 10th century mystics, Hai Gaon, noted that many people who embarked on the mysteries were successful, but then met with untimely death. The higher the climb, the more dangerous the fall. A person would not attempt to climb a dangerous mountain without the proper training and equipment. Any novice who would attempt to climb without an experienced guide would be courting disaster. Climbing spiritual heights can be equally dangerous. One needs the proper training and mental equipment, as well as an experienced spiritual guide. Chapter 2, stanza 5. How? He permuted them, weighed them, and transformed them. Aleph with them all, and all of them with Aleph. Bet with them all, and all of them with Bet. They repeat in a cycle, and exist in 231 gates. It comes out that all that is formed and all that is spoken emanates from one name. One name. According to the Kabbalists, this name is the Tetragrammaton, YHVH. Each letter must be permuted with the Tetragrammaton in an appropriate manner. The technique for doing this is outlined by Rabbi Eliezer Rokeach of Worms, particularly in the context of creating a golem. This brings us to some of the most powerful meditative techniques of the Sefer Yetzirah. When one is working with a letter, he must combine that letter with the letters of the Tetragrammaton, using all 5 vowels. Thus, for example, if one were using the Aleph, one would begin by combining it with the Yud of the Tetragrammaton, using all 5 vowels. See Figure 36. There is, however, some question as to how one is to go about this. From the words of Rabbi Eliezer Rokeach, it would appear that one simply makes use of all the vowels in sequence. A-U, Y-U, A-A, Y-A, A-I, Y-I, A-E, Y-E, A-O, Y-O. As discussed earlier, there is some question regarding the sequence of the 5 primary vowels, Chapter 2, Stanza 3. There are at least a half-dozen different opinions. If the proper sequence is crucial, much dangerous experimentation would have to be done to determine the proper sequence. It is possible, however, that the sequence is not overridingly important. In any event, following the system of Rabbi Eliezer Rokeach, the initiate must then proceed in this manner, completing all 4 letters of the Tetragrammaton. One can proceed in the same manner using any other letter of the alphabet. The initiate continues in this manner, pronouncing all the letters in the array of the 221 or 231 gates. Since Aleph is the letter associated with the thorax, the entire Aleph array would pertain to this part of the body. Next, the initiate would proceed to the head, for which he would use the Shin array, as explained in Chapter 3, Stanza 9. He would form an array of the 221 gates where every line begins with a Shin. He would then continue in this manner through all the parts of the body, using the letters that the Sefer Yetzirah associates with each part. For each letter, one must go through the entire sequence of 221 or 231 gates. Each such sequence contains 442 letters, and therefore, in completing all 22 letters of the alphabet, one will have made use of 4,862 letters. Each of these letters will have been pronounced with the 5 primary vowels and the 4 letters of the Tetragrammaton, a total of 20 pronunciations for each letter. This means that the entire exercise makes use of 97,240 pronunciations. Assuming that one can pronounce 4 syllables a second, it would take approximately 7 hours to complete this entire process. The method of creating a golem is outlined by Rabbi Eliezer Rokeach in his commentary on Sefer Yetzirah, and presented in somewhat greater detail by the author of Emek HaMelech, Depths of the King. See Figure 37. An initiate should not do it alone, but should always be accompanied by 1 or 2 colleagues. The golem must be made of virgin soil, taken from a place where no man has ever dug. The soil must be kneaded with pure spring water, taken directly from the ground. If this water is placed in any kind of vessel, it can no longer be used. The people making the golem must purify themselves totally before engaging in this activity, both physically and spiritually. While making the golem, they must wear clean white vestments. These authors also stress that one must not make any mistake or error in the pronunciation. They do not say what must be done if one errs, but from other sources it would appear that, at very least, one would have to begin the array from the beginning. During this entire procedure, no interruption whatsoever may occur. These authors also intimate that they are only revealing the outline of the method, and are not presenting it in its entirety. This also appears evident from other sources. There is also evidence that creating a golem was primarily not a physical procedure, but rather a highly advanced meditative technique. By chanting the appropriate letter arrays together with the letters of the tetragrammaton, the initiate could form a very real mental image of a human being, limb by limb. This possibly could be used as an astral body, through which one could ascend to the spiritual realms. The formation of such a spiritual body, however, would also result in a tremendous spiritual potential. Once the conceptual golem was completed, this spiritual potential could be transferred to a clay form and actually animate it. This was the process through which a physical golem would be brought to life. In introducing this method, the Sefer Yetzirah said, "Engrave them like a garden, carve them like a wall, deck them like a ceiling." Chapter 1, stanza 11. There is some question as to what role this meditation plays in the technique of making a golem. According to some early sources, one must proceed in a circle around the creature that one is creating. This might refer to the mental structuring of this garden, wall, and ceiling before the golem is formed. Also important was the system taught by Rabbi Abraham Abulafia, which is apparently rooted in earlier techniques. See Figure 39. It is not certain, however, whether Abulafia is expanding upon the methods of Rabbi Eliezer Rokeach, or if he is drawing from an entirely different tradition. This technique is also quoted by a number of later Kabbalists. In this system, the initiate pronounces the letters together with those of the tetragrammaton, just as in the system of Rabbi Eliezer Rokeach. However, instead of merely using the 5 primary vowels alone, he must use every possible combination of these vowels, 25 in all. If this method were used with an entire array of 221 letter pairs, completing a single array would be a major task, taking over an hour and a half to complete. It would take over 35 hours to complete the entire sequence of 22 letters. It is questionable if this was ever actually done in practice, but it is not impossible. Forming a golem was considered to be the most advanced and dangerous of all meditative techniques. An initiate advanced enough to attempt it might also have the discipline necessary for over 30 hours of continuous meditation. Besides this, Abulafia also prescribes specific breathing exercises to be used while chanting these letters. Between each letter, one is to take a single breath. Between pairs, one is to take no more than 2 breaths. Between lines, no more than 5, and between each letter of the tetragrammaton, no more than 25. Specific head motions are also prescribed for this exercise. These head motions are to be made slowly and deliberately, while one pronounces the letter and exhales. See Figure 40. These motions correspond to the shape of the vowel. While doing this exercise, one is seated, facing toward the east. There is evidence that the names and shapes of the Hebrew vowel points were used for mystical purposes long before they were used in writing and grammar. The earliest non-mystical use of the vowels dates from the 8th or 9th century, while mystical uses are found in Kabbalistic sources that date as early as the 1st century. It is highly possible that the shapes of the written vowels were taken from the head motions associated with their sounds. Abulafia uses his system of breathing exercises and head motions with the letter Aleph, since Aleph, with a numerical value of 1, expresses unity with God. The same system can also be used with other letters. There is no evidence, however, that this method was ever used with an entire array of 221 letter pairs. To use it with even a single letter is a major effort. It is possible, however, that this method could be used with various letters to attain specific results with them. Golem making was merely the most advanced and spectacular use of the methods of Sefer Yetzirah. Each letter individually, however, is also associated with a part of the body. The array associated with the particular letter could be used as a meditation to affect that specific limb. This could be used to strengthen the spiritual energy of that limb, or even for curative purposes. The letters are also associated with various times and astrological signs. Using the system of Sefer Yetzirah, one can also construct meditations associated with these. Chapter 2, Stanza 6. He formed substance out of chaos, and made non-existence into existence. He carved great pillars from air that cannot be grasped. This is a sign, Aleph with them all, and all of them with Aleph. He foresees, transforms, and makes all that is formed and all that is spoken. One name. A sign for this thing. 22 objects in a single body. He formed substance out of chaos. Earlier, the Sefer Yetzirah stated that chaos, tohu, was engraved and carved from water. Chapter 1, stanza 11. As we explained there, water alluded to Chokhmah and the basis of all physical creation. The water mentioned there denoted the most primitive spiritual root of water, as it exists in the universe of Atzilut, the realm of the Sefirot. It was out of this that the first stage of matter, chaos, tohu, was formed. The text here therefore states that it was out of this chaos that matter was formed. The word for substance here is mamash. This comes from the root mashash, meaning to touch. What is produced is a reality that can not only be seen, but which is physical enough to be touched. And made non-existence into existence. Chokhmah, however, is on the level of nothingness. It is from this nothingness, however, that all things were created. From this non-existence, Bina and Bria, which are called existence, Yesh, were brought into being. He carved great pillars. The reference here is obviously to the verse, Wisdom has built its house, it has carved its 7 pillars. Proverbs chapter 9, verse 1. This is further evidence that this section is speaking of Chokhmah, wisdom. There is some discussion as to the meaning of the 7 pillars in this verse. In one place, the Talmud says that they are the 7 days of the week. Elsewhere, the Talmud states that they refer to the 7 pillars upon which the world stands, an interpretation that is also mentioned in the Zohar. Others identify them with the 7 sciences: grammar, rhetoric, logic, arithmetic, music, geometry, and astronomy. The Kabbalists teach that these 7 pillars represent the lower 7 Sefirot. These correspond to the 7 pillars of creation and the 7 days of the week, so this does not contradict the Talmudic interpretation. In the system of the Sefer Yetzirah, it is obvious that these 7 pillars represent the 7 doubles. They are called pillars because they are represented by vertical lines in the Tree of Life diagram. These 7 doubles are derived from the 3 mothers. This would support an ancient version which, instead of substance, mamash, read amsh, the 3 mothers. The text would then read, He formed amsh out of chaos, and carved great pillars. From air that cannot be grasped. These pillars are carved from air which cannot be grasped. Air was earlier identified with breath, which in turn is associated with the first Sefirah, Keter. Air is also identified with the letter Aleph, chapter 2 stanza 1 and chapter 3 stanza 4. The Sefer Yetzirah states that water is below, fire above, and air is in the middle. This may initially be somewhat difficult to understand, since air is associated with breath and keter, the highest Sefirot. It is also associated with Aleph, the first letter of the alphabet. As explained earlier in Chapter 1, Stanza 9, however, the breath associated with keter is not graspable, since this Sefirah represents a level above the intellect. The only place where this breath can become manifest is in the lower Sefirot. Therefore, even though it is on a level above Chokhmah and Binah, it is only manifest on a level that is below them. The air that cannot be grasped is therefore the breath coming from keter. This cannot be grasped until it enters the realm of the pillars, that is, the lower 7 Sefirot. This section is actually best understood in a mystical sense. The previous section explained how to use the letter arrays together with the divine name as a meditative device. One of the manifestations of higher meditative states, as well as some drug-induced states, is hallucinogenesis, where one can voluntarily form mental images. These mental images appear to be real and substantial. When a person is in a normal state of consciousness, he may be able to form mental images, but they are weak, transient, and blurred by mental static. In contrast, the images formed in a meditative state appear solid, substantial, and real. In an ordinary state of Binah consciousness, the mind is filled with static. If you wish to see this static, merely close your eyes. You will see a rapidly changing kaleidoscope of images, one imposed on another. Even if you can grasp a single image for a short while, it is intermingled with mental static, and you have little control over the image. You cannot make it come and go at will, and you cannot determine how it behaves. Even when you can exert some influence over it, the image will seem to have a mind of its own. This static also exists even when our eyes are open, but it is overshadowed by the images of the real world. In a darkened room, however, it does remain visible to some degree. This static impairs our perception of the outside world and clouds our mental processes. The perception of the spiritual world is even more tenuous than that of the physical. In a normal state of consciousness, mental static makes it absolutely impossible to visualize the spiritual world. Here, this state of mental static is called chaos, tohu. As both the Kabbalists and linguists teach, the word tohu comes from the verb taha, meaning to be astounded or confused. This is the normal state of mental confusion, where the mind is clouded with static. This is also associated with Binah consciousness, and accordingly, a number of Kabbalists associate tohu with Binah. The Zohar also teaches that tohu is associated with the klipa, husk, the forces that prevent one from visualizing the spiritual realm. It is out of this tohu, this state of confused Binah consciousness, that one must create a palpable image. There are many images that can be produced, but the most common is the mental golem, the astral body. The initiate thus forms palpable substance, mamash, out of chaos. This implies attaining a state of Chokhmah consciousness. The Kabbalists thus note that the word golem has a numerical value of 73, the same as that of Chokhmah. One must then make non-existence into existence. Earlier, in stating form substance out of chaos, the text uses the word form, while here it uses the word make. In Hebrew, especially according to the Kabbalists, the word form, yetzar, denotes the initial forming of something from something. The term make, asa, on the other hand, refers to the completion of the process. Thus, in forming substance out of chaos, one begins the mental act of creation. In making non-existence into existence, one completes it. The term formation also implies an activity taking place in Yetzirah, the lower spiritual universe. Thus, when one forms substance out of chaos, one is bringing about a purely spiritual result in the universe of Yetzirah. Making, on the other hand, refers to the universe of Asiya, which borders on the physical. This implies results that may actually be manifest in the physical world. In order to accomplish this, one must enter fully into the realm of nothingness. This is the highest level of Chokhmah consciousness, bordering on Keter. One therefore begins with non-existence, which is nothingness. When one reaches this level, he can actually make something that actually is Yeshno, or existence. He can actually bring about results in the universe of Asiya, which can then be reflected in the physical world. In making a golem, this would correspond to the state of consciousness required before the mental image could be imposed on the clay, bringing it to life. A very similar process is described by the great Hasidic master, Rabbi Dov Ber, the Maggid of Mezrich, 1704 through 1772. He writes that when a person contemplates a physical object completely and totally, he can actually bring that object onto his thought. If his thought is then bound to the supernal mind, he can elevate that object to the level of mind. From there, it can be further elevated to the level of nothingness, where the object ceases to exist. When this object is then once again brought back to the level of mind, it can be brought back in any form that the initiate desires. Thus, when he finally brings it back to its normal physical state, the object can be changed in any manner he desires. As the Maggid states, he can even transform it into gold. It is in this state of consciousness that one can visualize the Sefirot as great pillars. One carves them out, this meaning that the image of the Sefirah is seen separately, totally filling the consciousness. Even though the Sefirot are totally ineffable and indescribable, when a person is in this state of consciousness, he can carve them out. They are then perceived as solid pillars made of transparent air. Like the air, the Sefirot are still invisible, but in this state of consciousness, even the air can become visible. This is a sign. The Sefer Yetzirah describes a sign through which one knows that he has attained this state. He must go through the entire array, Aleph with them all, and all of them with Aleph. This means that he permutes the array forward and backward, which respectively are the modes of creating and destroying. The initiate then foresees, transforms, and makes. The word for foresee here is tsofeh, and as discussed earlier in Chapter 1, Stanza 6, this word denotes mystical insight and foresight. If the initiate has attained the proper state, he attains a mystical insight through which he can perceive the inner essence of all things. He can then engage in the process described earlier, where the Sefer Yetzirah said, "Discern with them, and probe from them." Chapter 1, Stanza 4. When the initiate reaches this high level, he can also transform, actually changing physical things. He can even make, bringing things to existence in the physical world. Most important is the final realization. All that is formed and all that is spoken is one name. The initiate not only knows this intellectually, but he can actually visualize and see that all creation is nothing more than one name, the Tetragrammaton. A sign for this thing, 22 objects. This goes back and refers to the entire chapter. 22 objects in a single body is a sign that the initiate has completed this discipline and has mastered it fully. He uses each of the 22 letters to form a mental image of a different part of the body. Each part of the body can thus be formed separately. The ability to complete separate parts, however, does not prove mastery of the method of Sefer Yetzirah. The final proof of mastery is the ability to assemble all these 22 objects into a single body. This is the process of completing a mental golem. The initiate must not only form all the parts, but he must actually assemble them. This means that while he is engaged in the meditation to create one part, he must not lose his mental image of the parts that he formed earlier. As each part of the image is formed, it must be retained in the mind, with subsequent images added to it, part by part. The amount of mental discipline, as well as the advanced nature of the meditative technique required for this, is virtually beyond description. The creation of a mental golem is, therefore, a culmination of the arts of Sefer Yetzirah, as well as a test to determine if one has mastered them. This did not involve the actual creation of a physical golem, since this was only done on very special occasions. As the Kabbalists warn, such an undertaking should not be attempted without permission from on high. Chapter 3. Chapter 3, Stanza 1. Three mothers, Aleph, Mem, Shin. Their foundation is a pan of merit, a pan of liability, and the tongue of decree deciding between them. This repeats part of a previous section, Chapter 2, Stanza 1, and it has already been discussed. Chapters 1 and 2 spoke of the basic meditative methods involving the Sefirot and letters. Now, the letters are treated separately. Thus, in the beginning of Chapter 2, the three mothers were introduced. The main idea there, however, was to teach that Mem hums and Shin hisses, one of the first meditative practices using the letters. Here, the same concept is repeated, but as introduction to the idea of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis. It is similar to an ancient tradition of homiletic interpretation. Two scriptures that contradict one another, until a third scripture comes and decides between them. In both cases, the same expression, decides between them, machria beinehem, is used. It is significant to note that the homiletic rule is expressed by Rabbi Ishmael, a leader of an important first-century mystical school, who apparently received it from Rabbi Nechunya ben Hakana. The simplest interpretation is that Mem is thesis, Shin is antithesis, and Aleph is synthesis. These three elements then form the three vertical columns into which the Sefirot are divided. Mem represents the right-hand column, headed by Chokhmah, Shin, the left-hand column, headed by Binah, and Aleph, the central column, headed by Keter. There is, however, another interpretation, and this follows the arrangement of the letters on the Tree of Life according to the Ari. Here, Aleph, Mem, and Shin are the horizontal lines, connecting opposing Sefirot. Shin is between Chokhmah and Binah, Aleph between Chesed and Gvura, and Mem between Netzach and Hod. Following this, the text is saying that the foundation of all three of these mother letters is the synthesis that connects thesis and antithesis. Thesis is the Sefirah to the right, antithesis is the one to the left, and synthesis is the mother letter connecting the two. Chapter 3, Stanza 2. Three mothers, Aleph, Mem, Shin. A great mystical secret, covered and sealed with 6 rings, and from them emanated air, water, and fire. And from them are born fathers, and from the fathers, descendants. A great mystical secret. The word for mystical here is mufla. This is very closely related and shares the same root with the word pliya, used in relation to the 32 paths of wisdom in Chapter 1, Stanza 1. One reason for this, as discussed earlier in Chapter 2, Stanza 1, is because it is through these mother letters that one can enter into the realm of Chokhmah consciousness, which is the portal to the transcendental. These 3 mother letters are also related to the mystery of the divine name. The Sefer Yetzirah earlier said, "He chose 3 letters in the mystery of the 3 mothers." Amsh, Chapter 1, Stanza 13. Thus, the letters Amsh are the roots of the letters of the Tetragrammaton, YHV. According to the Kabbalists, Yud is derived from Mem, He from Shin, and Vav from Aleph. These three mothers therefore represent an even deeper mystery than the Tetragrammaton. The Tetragrammaton actually only relates to the 10 Sefirot. There is, however, an aspect of creation that existed before the Sefirot. In this stage, the proto-Sefirot existed as simple, non-interacting points. In the language of the Kabbalists, this is known as the universe of chaos, Tohu. In this state, the vessels, which were the proto-Sefirot, could neither interact nor give to one another. Since they could not emulate God by giving, they were incomplete, and could therefore not hold the divine light. Since they could not fulfill their purpose, they were overwhelmed by the light and shattered. This is known as the breaking of vessels. The broken shards of these vessels fell to a lower spiritual level, and subsequently became the source of all evil. It is for this reason that chaos, Tohu, is said to be the root of evil. After having been shattered, the vessels were once again rectified and rebuilt into personifications, Partsufim. Each of these Partsufim consists of 613 parts, paralleling the 613 parts of the body, as well as the 613 commandments of the Torah. These Partsufim were then able to interact with each other. More important, through the Torah, they were also able to interact with man. This is the stage where the Sefirot become givers as well as receivers. In this rectified state, the vessels, or Sefirot, became fit to receive God's light. In Kabbalistic terminology, this state is called the universe of rectification, Tikkun. The Kabbalists teach that the letters of the Tetragrammaton, YHV, only pertain to the universe of rectification. In the universe of chaos, Tohu, the divine name consisted of the letters Amsh. When a person enters into the mysteries, he must parallel the sequence of creation. First, he enters the universe of chaos, Tohu. Here, his mind is filled with confused transient images. If he perceives the Sefirot, they are like lightning, running and returning. Chapter 1, stanza 6. The Sefirot are perceived as disconnected images, where no relationship between them can be seen. This is the state of consciousness attained through the letters Amsh, as discussed earlier in Chapter 2, stanza 1. The initiate can then enter the universe of rectification, where the Sefirot are connected and assume the form of Partsufim. Each Partsuf is a human-like form, very closely related to the conceptual golem. The creation of this mental golem Partsuf is accomplished through the letters of the name YHVH together with various letters, as described in Chapter 2, stanza 5. This is the name associated with the universe of rectification. Here, one must combine all the Sefirot to form a single body. Chapter 2, stanza 6. One also becomes aware of the lines connecting the Sefirot, which are included in the 32 paths of wisdom. Hence, when these 32 paths are discussed, the Sefer Yetzirah uses the names YH, YHVH. The three mother letters, Amsh, also spell out the Hebrew word Emesh, meaning yesternight. This occurs in the verse, "You slept last night, Emesh, with my father." Genesis chapter 19, verse 34. The word Emesh also denotes deep, impenetrable gloom, as in the verse, "Gloom, Emesh, waste, and desolation." Job chapter 30, verse 3. This is the inky gloom that existed before creation, in the universe of chaos, the yesternight before the Sefirot were brought into being. There is also evidence that the word Emesh was also used as a mystical name of God. Thus, Laban said to Jacob, "The God of your father's last night, Emesh, said to me." Genesis chapter 31, verse 29. This can just as easily be read, "The God of your fathers, Emesh, said to me." Similarly, Jacob said, and Emesh gave judgment. Genesis chapter 31 verse 43. According to some authorities, the letters Aleph, Mem, Shin also conceal a deeper mystery, which is Aleph, Vav, Yud. Another element of the mystery of the letters Amsh is the fact that they represent the reconciliation of opposites. Logically, there is no way in which opposites can be reconciled. These letters, therefore, represent a mystery that cannot be penetrated by logic. One commentator states that the letters Amsh contain the mystery through which one can walk on fire. The reason for this may be because these letters have the power to reconcile opposites. It is possible that Rav Zera made use of this technique to prevent his feet from being burned in fire, as related in the Talmud. Sealed with 6 rings. The obvious scriptural source is the verse, "The script which is written in the king's name and sealed with the king's ring cannot be reversed." Esther chapter 8 verse 8. According to this, the rings here would be the rings of the king's name, that is, the letters YHV. The Kabbalists therefore say that these 6 rings are the 6 directions, which, as the Sefer Yetzirah earlier says in chapter 1 stanza 13, were sealed with the letters YHV. Behind the permutations of the letters YHV is the deeper mystery of the permutations of the letters Amsh, now under discussion. These 6 directions, which comprise the physical universe, are what hide the deeper mysteries. It is thus written, "He has set the universe in their heart, so that man cannot find out the work that God has done, from the beginning to the end." Ecclesiastes chapter 3 verse 10. As the commentaries point out, the word universe here in Hebrew is olam. It comes from the root alam, meaning occlusion, and also has this connotation. As long as a person can only think in terms of the physical dimensions of space, the inner reality is concealed from him. Also significant is the fact that a ring is normally worn on the finger. As the Sefer Yetzirah states in chapter 1 stanza 3, the 10 Sefirot are represented by the 10 fingers. The 6 rings are thus worn on the 6 fingers corresponding to the 6 Sefirot, which represent the 6 directions. The 6 rings here also allude to the 6 rings of the throat mentioned in the Zohar. It is from these rings that all sound and speech are derived. These 6 rings, which are the source of physical speech, conceal the mystery of Amsh, which relates to the root of speech. This mystery can only be penetrated when one transcends the realm of physical speech. From them emanated air, water, and fire. This is the process described in detail in chapter 1, stanzas 9 through 12. From them are born fathers. The 3 mother letters, Amsh, represent cause, effect, and their synthesis. Shin is cause, Mem is effect, and Aleph is the synthesis between these 2 opposites. In the tree of life diagram, these are represented by 3 horizontal lines. These 3 horizontal lines give rise to the 3 vertical columns in the tree of life diagram, headed by Keter, Chokhmah, and Binah. These are represented by air, water, and fire. We therefore begin with a dialectic triad: creator, object of creation, and act of creation. This gives rise to a second triad: love, judgment, and mercy. This second triad defines the 3 columns into which the Sefirot are arranged. The 3 horizontal lines are the 3 mothers. The 3 columns define the 3 fathers, which are the letters Yud, He, Vav. It was from these letters that space is defined, as the Sefer Yetzirah states earlier in chapter 1 stanza 13. Once space is defined, then creation can take place. This can also be understood in a meditative sense. Through the pronunciation of the letters amsh, one enters the realm of Chokhmah consciousness and passes through the Chashmal. One then passes through the domains of breath, water, and fire, as described earlier in Chapter 1, Stanza 14. At this time, one must be in a totally receptive mode, which is an aspect of the feminine. Hence, the letters amsh are called mothers. After this, however, one can enter into a creative mode through the letters Y, H, V. These letters are therefore called fathers. Only then can one produce descendants. Chapter 3, Stanza 3. 3 mothers. Aleph, Mem, Shin. He engraved them. He carved them. He permuted them. He weighed them. He transformed them. And with them, he depicted 3 mothers, amsh, in the universe, 3 mothers, amsh, in the year, 3 mothers, amsh, in the soul, male and female. He engraved them. The beginning of this section is exactly the same as Chapter 2, Stanza 2, except that all the letters were being discussed there, and here only the 3 mother letters are under consideration. In both cases, there are 5 processes: engraving, carving, permuting, weighing, and transforming. When, as in Chapter 2, all 22 letters are given equal status, then all 5 dimensions as the 5 phonetic families, Chapter 2, Stanza 3. Here, on the other hand, the 3 mothers are taken separately. The 5 dimensions are therefore also divided into 3 domains: universe, year, and soul. The universe consists of the 3 spatial dimensions. Year consists of the time dimension, while soul consists of the spiritual dimension. A similar division into 3 domains was encountered earlier, in Chapter 1, when the Sefirot were first enumerated. First enumerated was the domain of soul, the spiritual dimension, which consisted of breath, and breath from breath, Chapter 1, Stanzas 9 and 10. Then came the domain of year, the time dimension, consisting of water and fire, Chapter 1, Stanzas 11 through 12. Finally came the domain of universe, the 3 spatial dimensions, represented by the 6 permutations of the letters Y, H, V, Chapter 1, Stanza 13. The Sefer Yetzirah stated earlier in Chapter 1, Stanza 13, that the 3 letters Y, H, V, which define the space continuum, are derived from amsh. Therefore, it is the letters amsh which separate the space continuum from that of time and the spiritual. There's an important difference between the space continuum and the other 2. It is only in space that one can move voluntarily. In time, one moves in one direction at a predetermined rate. In the spiritual dimension, a physical body cannot move at all. Only the soul can move through the spiritual dimension, and it is for this reason that this domain is called soul. The letters amsh differentiate space from time and soul. These same letters can therefore be used to do away with this differentiation. Chapter 3, Stanza 4. 3 mothers, amsh, in the universe are air, water, fire. Heaven was created from fire. Earth was created from water. And air from breath decides between them. In Chapter 1, the text discussed the spiritual aspect of breath, water, and fire in terms of the original 4 Sefirot. Here, it is speaking of how these 3 are also manifest in the physical world. In the simplest physical terms, water represents matter, fire is energy, and air is the space that allows the 2 to interact. On a somewhat deeper physical level, fire, water, and air represent the 3 basic physical forces. Fire is the electromagnetic force through which all matter interacts. The atomic nucleus, however, consists of like positive charges, which would repel each other if only electromagnetism existed. There must therefore exist another force which can bind the nucleus together. This is the strong nuclear or pionic force, which binds the nucleus together, represented by water. If this nuclear force were to interact with all particles, however, all matter would be mutually attracted together, forming a solid lump denser than a neutron star. On the other hand, even within each elementary particle, there is a need for a cohesive force to counteract the electromagnetic repulsion within the particle itself. This force can be neither electromagnetic nor pionic. This is the air, which represents the weak nuclear force, which decides between the other two. It is this force that allows light particles, leptons, such as electrons, to exist. See Figure 41. The fourth force, gravity, corresponds to Earth. Earth, however, is not a basic element, but a confluence of the other three. It is therefore represented by the final he in the tetragrammaton, which is actually a repetition of the first he in this name. On an even more elementary level, these three elements represent the three axes in the unitary symmetry, SU3, which is the most basic property of matter. These three elements also relate to the experiential. Here, fire represents the radiation of energy, while water represents the absorption of energy. These are thesis and antithesis, giving and receiving, which themselves are manifestations of cause and effect. Air, which represents the transmission of energy, is then the synthesis, linking the two. In this aspect, fire and water also represent the psychological modes of Binah and Chokhmah consciousness. As discussed earlier, fire is Binah consciousness, where the mind itself is constantly radiating energy. Water, on the other hand, is Chokhmah consciousness, where the mind can absorb spiritual energy from without. Air is then Ruach HaKodesh, the medium through which such spiritual energy is transmitted. Heaven is created from fire. This is the same as the statement made in chapter 1, stanza 12. Our experience and depicting of the transcendental sphere must be brought into Binah consciousness. In a physical sense, fire represents radiative energy. This usually takes place by means of the electromagnetic interaction in the form of light. Heaven here represents the concept of space as defined by the electromagnetic interaction, this being an important cornerstone of the principle of relativity. Fire represents Binah, and as discussed earlier in chapter 1, stanza 1, the word Binah comes from the root bain, meaning between. It is from Binah that the concept of separation comes into being. Furthermore, it is only as a result of the concept of separation that space can exist. If not for Binah, all existence would be concentrated in a single point. In the same manner, Earth is created from water. Earth represents the solid state, where matter exists with a minimum of space separating its molecules. This stems from Chokhmah, which tends to minimize separation and distance. In a gas such as air, the molecules tend to fly apart and separate. Yet at the same time, they are held together just sufficiently to give the gas substance. Gas is therefore always in a state of contained expansion. This is intermediate between the containment of solid matter and the total expansion of pure radiation. Fire is represented by the letter Shin. Shin is the dominant letter in the word Aish, meaning fire. It is joined with the Aleph, representing air, because a fire cannot exist without air. The three heads of the Shin also suggest the flames of the fire. The hissing sound of this letter, furthermore, is like the hiss of a flame. The three heads of the Shin are separated, suggesting the general concept of separation. corresponding to the shin is the letter He, which is only one of the two letters in the alphabet consisting of two disconnected parts. Water is represented by the letter Mem. Here again, Mem is the dominant letter in the word Maim, meaning water. Indeed, the very name of the letter Mem comes from the word Maim. Mem is also a closed letter, indicating containment and unity. It is also sounded with the mouth closed. It parallels the letter Yud, which is written as a single point. Air is represented by Aleph, since it is the initial letter of Avir, meaning air. Aleph is a silent letter, whose sound is as undetectable as the invisible air. In shape, it consists of an upper right and a lower left dot, representing two opposites, with a diagonal line in the middle, which both separates and connects the two. Chapter 3, Stanza 5. Three mothers, Amsh. In the year are the hot, the cold, and the temperate. The hot is created from fire, the cold is created from water, and the temperate from breath, decides between them. The year is divided into three basic parts. There is the hot summer and the cold winter, which are thesis and antithesis. The two temperate seasons, spring and autumn, are both taken together and are spoken of as the temperate season. This is the synthesis. Here, we see the concept of a cycle between opposites. This cycle, like many others, constantly swings between two opposites. At the midpoint in each swing, no matter in which direction, the cycle must pass through the intermediate midpoint. Thus, both in going from hot to cold and from cold to hot, the cycle must pass through a temperate season. It is out of cycles such as these that time is defined. The Sefer Yetzirah therefore states that the cycle is the king in the domain of time. Chapter 6, stanza 3. In the annual cycle, winter is represented by Mem, summer by Shin, and the two temperate seasons by Aleph. The complete cycle is then defined by the letters Masha. Taking their parallels, these correspond to the letters YVHV. This is closely related, but somewhat different than the tetragrammaton, YHVH. In the tetragrammaton, the ordering of the letters is YHV. Here, thesis and synthesis are seen as opposites, representing tension and equilibrium. Antithesis is then the midpoint connecting the two. The fourth letter of the tetragrammaton, the He, is also a point of tension. The temperate. The Hebrew word for temperate here is rivayah. This use of the word rivayah is virtually unique in Hebrew literature. The usual interpretation of rivayah is abundance, as in the verse, "My cup is abundant," rivayah, Psalm 23, verse 5. It should be recalled that it is from this verse that some Kabbalists find an allusion to the 221 gates, discussed earlier in chapter 2, stanza 4. One reason for the use of rivayah to denote the spring and fall was because these two were the harvest seasons in the Holy Land. The most obvious source for this usage is the verse, "We have come through fire and water. You brought us out to rivayah," Psalm 66, verse 12. Some commentaries interpret rivayah here to also mean abundance, but from the context, temperate seems to be a more logical interpretation. Rivayah would then denote the desired meaning between fire and water. The Sefer Yetzirah also uses this word in such a sense. It is significant to note that the Talmud interprets fire and water in this verse to denote psychological states. The Midrash likewise interprets fire and water in this verse as referring to two opposing kinds of purgatory. Fire is the overabundance of sensation, and it is also related to shame. Water, on the other hand, denotes lack of sensation and is related to depression. Rivaya is then the perfect mental state between these two extremes. Some authorities also say that the word rivaya is related to the word yoreh, which denotes the early autumn rains. Chapter 3, stanza 6. 3 mothers, amsh, in the soul, male and female, are the head, belly, and chest. The head is created from fire. The belly is created from water. And the chest, from breath, decides between them. The soul here also refers to the body. One reason for this is because the soul is an exact counterpart of the body. Everything found in the body is also found in the soul. Similarly, the human body is a microcosm of the supernal man. See figure 42. This is the man sitting on the throne, seen by Ezekiel. The supernal man represents the array of the Sefirot. The soul mentioned here, then, also refers to the anthropomorphic representation of this array. With respect to the Sefirot, Shin is the line between Chokhmah and Binah, Aleph between Chesed and Gvura, and Mem between Netzach and Hod. The top line represents the head, the center line, the chest, and the lower line, the belly. According to Rabbi Abraham Abulafia, there is also an allusion here to the 2 covenants mentioned in chapter 1, stanza 3. The covenant of the tongue is in the head, while the covenant of circumcision is in the region of the belly. Between the two, in the chest, is the heart, which is king over the soul. Chapter 6, stanza 3. This alludes to the Torah, which is the primary covenant. The head also represents man's creative power, which is represented by fire. The belly is man's receptive power, represented by water. The chest and lungs must both inhale and exhale, and therefore pertain to both. In a deeper sense, the head is seen as the center of Binah consciousness. It is the head that is the seat of the conscious stream of thought. The workings of the belly, on the other hand, are almost completely subconscious. The belly therefore parallels the Mem, which denotes Chokhmah consciousness. It is for this reason that some mystics would contemplate their belly when attempting to attain Chokhmah consciousness. Breathing borders on both the conscious and the unconscious. One usually breathes unconsciously, but one can also control one's breathing consciously. Breathing is therefore associated with both Binah and Chokhmah consciousness. It is for this reason that controlled breathing techniques are important in making the transition between these two states. Breathing is centered in the chest. The chest. The Hebrew word for chest here is gaviyah. The use of gaviyah for chest is also unique in Hebrew literature. Usually, the word refers to the body as a whole, and some commentaries here also state that it denotes the entire trunk. A possible scripture source for this may come from Ezekiel's vision, where he said of the Chayot, "With 2 wings they covered their gaviyah." Ezekiel chapter 1, verse 11. The scripture may be saying that they covered their chest and heart with 2 of their wings. Some commentaries interpret gaviyah to denote the sexual organ. In the language of the Mishnah, we indeed find that the head of the gaviyah refers to the tip of the male organ. However, as the major commentaries note, only the term head of the gaviyah has this connotation, and not the word gaviyah itself. Chapter 3, stanza 7. He made the letter Aleph king over breath, and he bound a crown to it, and he combined them one with another. And with them he formed air in the universe, the temperate in the year, and the chest in the soul, the male with Amsh, and the female with Asham. He made Aleph king. Most simply, this means that with regard to concepts related to breath, Aleph is always the first letter in the permutation. In a deeper sense, this means that Aleph was bound to the Sefirah of Malchut, kingship. Malchut is said to be the mouth, and as such, it is the Sefirah through which the power of all the other Sefirot is expressed. The first stage is therefore to make the letter king. This means that it is brought to the mouth, which is the Sefirah of Malchut. Bound a crown to it. This indicates that the letters are bound to the highest of the Sefirot, Keter. As the Sefer Yetzirah states earlier in chapter 1, stanza 9, this is the direct breath. Malchut, on the other hand, is reflected breath. Before a letter can be expressed through Malchut, it must be bound to Keter. Thus, the end is embedded in the beginning. Chapter 1, stanza 7. This also speaks of the physical letters, which have small crowns called tagin on top. The Talmud thus says that when Moses ascended to heaven, he saw God binding crowns to the letters. These crowns represent the higher spiritual nature of the letters. If the letters themselves are in Asiyah, then the crowns on top bind them to Yetzirah. Air, temperate, chest. In Hebrew, air is avir, temperate is rivayah, and chest is gaviyah. Except for the resh in avir, all of these words are spelled the same. A-V-Y-R, R-V-Y-H, G-V-Y-H. The endings of these words is consistently V-Y-H. This represents the hidden power of the letters Yud, He, Vav in the three mothers, Amsh. It is significant to note that in these words, the order of the letters is V-Y-H. Since Vav corresponds to Aleph, Yud corresponds to Mem, and He corresponds to Shin, the letters V-Y-H are in the same order as Amsh. The word Avir is written with a Resh instead of a He. This is because A-V-Y-H spells out a secret divine name. The initial letters of Avir, Rivayah, and Gaviyah spell out Arag, which means to weave. It is out of these three syntheses that the fabric of creation is woven. Male and female. Rabbi Elazar Rokeach of Worms writes that if one wishes to create a male golem, then the sequence Amsh must be used. If one wishes to create a female golem, then the sequence must be Asham. If one wishes to destroy the golem, then the sequence is Shema. The Hebrew word for man is Ish, while that for woman is Isha. In both cases, the letters Aleph and Shin are in the same position as here. We then have man, Ish, Amsh, woman, Isha, Asham. The only difference between the Hebrew words for man and woman and the combinations here is that Yud and He are substituted for the Mem. As mentioned earlier, Yud is male, while He is female. These letters take the place of the Mem, which is the belly, since it is here that men and women are differentiated. Also significant is the position of the Shin, which represents fire and passion. In man, the sequence is Amsh, with the Shin exposed at the end. In woman, on the other hand, the sequence is Asham, with the Shin concealed in the middle. This is because the sexual organ in man is external, while in woman it is internal. The Talmud thus states, man has his passion on the outside, while woman has hers on the inside. Chapter 3, stanza 8. He made Mem king over water, and he bound a crown to it, and he combined one with another, and with them he formed earth in the universe, cold in the year, and the belly in the soul. The male with mash, and the female with masha. Chapter 3, stanza 9. He made Shin king over fire, and he bound a crown to it, and he combined one with another, and with them he formed heaven in the universe, hot in the year, and the head in the soul. The male with Sham, and the female with Shma. Chapter 4, stanza 1. 7 doubles. Bet, Gimel, Daled, Kaf, Pei, Resh, Tav. They direct themselves with 2 tongues. Bet, Vet, Gimel, Jimel, Daled, Thaled, Kaf, Chaf, Pei, Fei, Resh, Resh, Tav, Thav. A structure of soft and hard, strong and weak. This is the set of double letters, each having 2 possible sounds. In the Tree of Life diagram, they correspond to the 7 vertical lines. The double sound is retained by all Jews for bet, kaf, and pei. The hard bet has the sound of b, while the soft has the sound of v. The hard kaf has the sound of k, the soft the sound of ch, like the German ch, as in doch. The hard pei is pronounced like a p, while the soft is like an f. In all these cases, the hard sound is a plosive, pronounced in an explosive puff of sound. The soft sound is a fricative. The Northern European Ashkenazic Jews pronounce the soft tav like an s. Most Southern European Sephardic Jews pronounce both the hard and soft tav the same, like a t. Some Sephardim pronounce the soft tav like a soft th, as in thing. The Yemenite Jews also distinguish between the soft and hard gimel and daled. The soft gimel has the sound of a j, or, among others, like a deep guttural fricative g. The soft daled has the sound of a hard th, as in the. As a general rule, these 6 letters, B, G, D, K, P, T, always take the hard form at the beginning of a word. This is one reason why no biblical names are found beginning with an F. This would imply a pei at the beginning of the name, and it would automatically take the hard sound, which is that of a P. The hard sound is distinguished by a dot, called a dagesh, placed in the middle of the letter. Highly significant is the fact that the resh is here considered to be one of the doubles. Most post-Talmudical grammarians take precisely the opposite view, and state that the resh never takes a dagesh. Not only is there no verbal distinction between the hard and soft resh, but modern Hebrew grammar does not even recognize such a difference in the written form. There are, however, 10 different words, appearing in 14 places in the Bible, which are written with a resh containing a dagesh. See Table 28. It is obvious, however, that the usual rules applying to the letters B, G, D, K, P, T do not apply to the resh. The present sound of the resh is a fricative, and is therefore most probably the soft sound. The hard resh was either lost or deliberately concealed after the destruction of the temple. In earlier times, its use was standard, and there is evidence from their transliteration of names that its pronunciation was known to the authors of the Septuagint. By the 10th century, however, the double resh was only used by the members of the small Mazia community in Tiberias. Tiberias had been the last city in which the Sanhedrin, the great court which preserved the tradition, had flourished. This was one of the mysteries that the Sanhedrin had entrusted to the community of Tiberias. According to the Sefer Yetzirah, in chapter 2, stanza 3, Resh is in the group of dentals. Z, S, SH, R, TZ. Along with the letters Zayin, Samech, Shin, and Tzadi, it is pronounced with the teeth. According to the long version, chapter 2, stanza 1, it is sounded between the teeth with the tongue lying down, spread out. We cannot say that it is a rolled R sound, since this involves the tip of the tongue. It would then be closest to the L sound, and should be included among the linguals, D, T, L, N, TH. Furthermore, the hard resh should be a plosive, like all the other hard doubles. There is no R sound in use today that meets all these criteria. Furthermore, there is no plosive sound pronounced with the teeth that could be a candidate for the hard resh. The original pronunciation of this letter, therefore, remains a mystery. Hard and soft. The hard sound is currently indicated by a dot in the middle of the letter, known as a dagesh. Before printing was introduced, most manuscripts also indicated the soft sound by a line above the letter, known as a rafeh. This device is used in the Damascus Keter Torah Pentateuch, written in the 9th century. In the Furkovich collection of the Library of the Academy of Science in Leningrad, there is a Codex of the Bible, dated from the year 916, that also makes use of the rafeh. As late as 1480, this mark is found in handwritten Bibles and prayer books. The use of this mark is also mentioned by the Tikkunei Zohar. It states that the rafeh above the letter is like the firmament above the chayot. Ezekiel chapter 1 verse 22. The Tikkunei Zohar also states that the hard and soft sounds are related to the chayot running and returning. Ezekiel 1 verse 14. It says, "They run with the hard sound and return with the soft." According to some commentaries, this indicates that the hard plosive sound is pronounced more quickly than the soft fricative sound. However, since the Sefer Yetzirah in chapter 1 stanza 6 teaches that running and returning also relates to meditative techniques, it would appear that the hard and soft sounds were used for this purpose. These 7 doubles would be used to climb the vertical lines in the tree of life. When the initiate would use the letters to run and climb upward, he would use the hard sound, and when he would return, he would use the soft sound. The Bahir states that the letters are the body of the script, while the vowels are its soul. The later Kabbalists note that the dagesh and rafeh are neither vowels nor letters, but intermediate between the two. It is this intermediate essence that man must perfect if he is to enter the domain of soul. Chapter 4, stanza 2. 7 doubles. B, G, D, K, P, R, T. Their foundation is wisdom, wealth, seed, life, dominance, peace, and grace. These are the concepts that can be controlled through the 7 double letters. The methods are similar to those outlined in Chapter 2. These 7 qualities parallel the 7 vertical lines in the Tree of Life diagram. They also relate to the 7 times that the phrase, "it was good," occurs in the account of creation. Chapter 4, stanza 3. 7 doubles. B, G, D, K, P, R, T, in speech and in transposition. The transpose of wisdom is folly. The transpose of wealth is poverty. The transpose of seed is desolation. The transpose of life is death. The transpose of dominance is subjugation. The transpose of peace is war. The transpose of grace is ugliness. According to the Tikkunei Zohar, the hard sound implies harsh judgment, while the soft sound implies lenient judgment. The good qualities would then be associated with the soft sound, and the bad qualities with the hard sound. There are, however, some authorities who reverse this. Transpose. The word for transpose here is tmurah. Earlier, the Sefer Yetzirah said, "He engraved them, carved them, permuted them, weighed them, and transposed them." Chapter 2, stanza 2. The word for transposed there was hemir, which has the same root as the term used here. Earlier, we followed the commentaries who interpreted transposed to relate to the use of the standard ciphers. From the text here, however, it would appear that it denotes the transposition between the hard and soft sounds of the doubles. Peace, war. Peace and war relate both to nations and to the individual. A person can be at war with himself or at peace with himself. These letters can be used to transmit these qualities both to oneself or to another. Chapter 4, stanza 4. 7 doubles. B, G, D, K, P, R, T. Up and down, east and west, north and south, and the holy palace precisely in the center, and it supports them all. Up and down. This should be compared to Chapter 1, stanza 5 and Chapter 1, stanza 13. As discussed earlier, the 6 directions parallel the 6 Sefirot. The order given here would then be Netzach, Hod, Tiferet, Yesod, Chesed, Gevurah. Also, see tables 29 and 30. The directions would indicate the direction that one must face, or the head motion that he use, when attempting to transmit the qualities mentioned in the last section. 2 of these concepts are alluded to in the Talmud. He who wishes wisdom, let him face south. He who wishes wealth, let him face north. This was reflected in the temple, where the menorah, which related to wisdom, was to the south, while the table, indicating wealth, was to the north. We see here that the letter resh indicates peace. When there is no peace, this letter cannot be sounded correctly. The Holy Palace. This is usually interpreted to denote malchut. The Hebrew word for palace here is heichal. This has a numerical value of 65, the same as that of Adoshem, the divine name associated with malchut. Besides being the lowest Sefirah, malchut is also the endpoint of the Keter Malchut spiritual dimension. The Holy Palace in the center, therefore, not only relates to malchut alone, but also to its association with Keter. In channeling sustenance from Keter, the center point supports all the others. According to the Bahir, Heichal HaKodesh here should not be read as Holy Palace, but as Palace of the Holy. The Holy denotes Keter, and the Palace of the Holy refers to Malchut when it is directly connected to Keter in the mystery of embed their beginning in their end. Chapter 1, stanza 7. This also represents a great mystery in creation, as explained by Rabbi Judah Leva, 1525 through 1609, the Maharal of Prague, famed as the creator of a golem. He states that the reason why the world was created in 6 days is because a 3-dimensional world has 6 directions, as the Sefer Yetzirah states here. each day was necessary to complete one of these 6 directions. The Sabbath is then the center point, which binds all together and supports them all. The Sabbath thus represents Malchut, but in the mode in which it is bound to Keter. These 7 elements also parallel the 7 branches of the menorah. They are also alluded to in the verse, 7 eyes on one stone, Zechariah chapter 3 verse 9. Another such allusion is the verse, give a portion to 7, also to 8, Ecclesiastes chapter 11 verse 2. As discussed earlier in chapter 1 stanza 3, the number 7 denotes the perfection of creation, while 8 is the entrance into the transcendental. Chapter 4, stanza 5. 7 doubles, B, G, D, K, P, R, T. 7 and not 6. 7 and not 8. Examine with them and probe with them. Make each thing stand on its essence, and make the Creator sit on his base. 7 and not 6. This is very much like chapter 1 stanza 4, and the two should be compared. The 7 doubles are often associated with the 7 lower Sefirot. Actually, however, these 7 letters represent the 7 vertical lines on the Tree of Life diagram. The 7 lower Sefirot are merely the lower end points of these 7 vertical lines. These letters are therefore the ladders leading upward from the 7 lower Sefirot, and this is the way in which the two are associated. One of the main functions of the 7 doubles is thus to climb vertically on the ladder of the Sefirot. One rises through their hard sound and descends with their soft sound. The Sefer Yetzirah warned us earlier that there were 10 Sefirot, no more and no less. Chapter 1, stanza 4. Here, the text warns us that there are 7 vertical paths, no more and no less. If an 8th vertical path were added, it would be taken as a path from Keter to the infinite being, and such a path cannot exist. Furthermore, if a path to Keter were omitted, one might be misled into thinking that Keter is God, and this is also erroneous. Examine with them. This is also similar to chapter 1 stanza 4. One can probe and examine with these letters very much like one does with the Sefirot. In chapter 1 stanza 4, however, the text also said, understand with wisdom, and be wise with understanding. While here, this is omitted. The discussion there involved the basic exercise of fluctuating between Chokhmah and Binah consciousness. Here, the exercise involves the letters themselves, rather than pure states of consciousness. Probe with them. In chapter 1 stanza 4, the reading was, probe from them, while here it is, probe with them. When the text spoke of the Sefirot themselves, it could say, probe from them, since it is from the Sefirot that one receives spiritual energy. Here, however, it is not the letters that provide spiritual energy, but the Sefirot to which they relate. The text therefore states, probe with them, indicating that the letters are the tools through which one can probe. The upper 6 of these 7 Sefirot represent the 6 directions. Malchut is the center point, the holy palace. Taken subjectively, this center point is the center of being of the individual reaching up to the Sefirot. The first Sefirah that the initiate must reach is Malchut, and he accomplishes this by meditating on the center, which is the center of his being. Only after he reaches Malchut can he reach out to the other Sefirot. The Bahir therefore identifies the holy palace with the very purest essence of thought. Chapter 4, stanza 6. 7 doubles, B, KPRT of foundation. He engraved them. He carved them. He permuted them. He weighed them. He transformed them. And with them, he formed 7 planets in the universe, 7 days in the year, 7 gates in the soul, male and female. He engraved them. The 5 methods mentioned here are the same as those in Chapter 2, Stanza 2, and Chapter 3, Stanza 3. 7 planets. The 7 vertical paths associated with the 7 doubles are manifest in the physical world as the astrological forces associated with the 7 planets: Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Sun, Venus, Mercury, and Moon. In time, they are associated with the 7 days of the week, while in man, they are the 7 openings in the head. These will be enumerated in the following sections. The Talmud also speaks of the various influences of the planets and days of the week. These are closely related to their role in creation and do not appear to follow the system of Sefer Yetzirah. See Table 31. The 7 planets are also associated with specific angels. These angels channel the influence of the 7 vertical paths through the planets. See Table 32. Also associated with the 7 planets are specific signs, as well as a system of magic squares. See Figures 43 and 44. The rule of 7 also appears to be related to the mystical 7 seals mentioned by the early Kabbalists. See Figure 45. In order to understand the significance of the astrological forces, we must first understand the role of angels in the chain between the Sefirot and the physical world. The Sefirot are in the universe of Atzilut, and below this is Briah, the universe of the throne, which serves to allow the Sefirot to interact with the lower worlds. Between Briah and Asiyah is Yetzirah, the world of the angels. Yetzirah is known as the world of speech. The Talmud states that every word emanating from God creates an angel. This means that every one of God's words is actually an angel. When we speak of God's word, we are actually speaking of his interaction with the lower worlds. The force that traverses the spiritual domain is what we call an angel. The stars also form an important link in God's providence over the physical world. Between God and man, there are many levels of interaction, the lowest being those of the angels and the stars. The Midrash thus teaches, "There is no blade of grass that does not have a constellation, mazal, over it, telling it to grow." As the commentaries explain, God's providence works through the angels, but these angels, in turn, work through the stars and planets. As some authorities put it, the angels are, in a sense, like souls to the stars. Thus, for example, some sources speak of the stars as having intelligence, but the commentaries note that this is actually speaking of the angels that are associated with them. There are, however, 2 types of angels. We have already spoken of the teaching that there are angels created with every word of God. Elsewhere, we find that angels are created every day, with a new troop being made each morning. On the other hand, there are many angels who are known by name, such as Gabriel and Michael, who have permanent existence. These are obviously a second kind of angel. This is closely related to another discussion. In the Midrash, there's a question as to when the angels were created. Some say that they were made on the 2nd day of creation, while others maintain that they were created on the 5th day. In discussing this, the Kabbalists arrive at a significant conclusion. They state that there are 2 basic kinds of angels: permanent angels and temporary angels. The temporary angels were created on the second day, while the permanent ones, which are likened to the birds, were created on the fifth. They also state that an important difference between the permanent and temporary angels is the fact that only the permanent ones have names. One of the most important factors in astrology is the time and date of a person's birth. The Talmud thus states that there is a mazal of the hour. The time, day, and date upon which a person is born has an important influence on his destiny. Elsewhere, the Talmud teaches that there is an angel called Laila that oversees birth. It is this angel that proclaims if the individual will be strong or weak, wise or foolish, rich or poor. Earlier, however, we discussed the Midrashic teaching, one angel cannot have two missions, and two angels cannot share the same mission. Chapter 1, stanza 7. But if this is a general rule, how can a single angel oversee the birth of every person who is ever to be born? Does this not mean that he has many missions? The same question also applies to all the permanent angels who have names. These angels, which were created on the fifth day, exist forever. In the course of their existence, they must have many tasks and missions. Why does this rule not hold true with regard to them? In answering these questions, the commentaries note that the angels are like souls to the stars. A human soul is also a spiritual entity, and the same question could be asked about it. How can a single soul be involved in many tasks? But here the answer is obvious. The soul is integrated by its association with a single body. It is not differentiated into many souls by its many tasks, because its association with the body allows it to remain an integrated whole. The same is true of the angels having names. These angels are like souls to the stars, and this also means that the stars and planets are the bodies of these angels. See figure 46. As such, each star serves as a focus for a particular angel, maintaining it as an integrated whole, even though it may have many different tasks. There is therefore a one-to-one relationship between the stars and angels. Each star has its own particular angel, and each angel has its own star. It is this relationship that allows the named angels to have many tasks, and still not be differentiated into many angels by these tasks. Each named angel is integrated by the star that serves as its body. This also explains why the permanent angels have names. The Zohar teaches that every single star in the universe has a name. This is derived from the verse, "He brings out their host by number. He calls them all by name." Isaiah chapter 40, verse 26. It is also written, "He counts the number of the stars. He gives them each a name." Psalm 147, verse 4. The Midrash indicates that the different names of the stars correspond to the names of the different angels. The one-to-one relationship is therefore clearly expressed. This also explains why the named angels were created on the fifth day, while the unnamed temporary angels were created on the second day. The named angels were associated with the stars, and could therefore not be created until after the stars. The stars were not created until the fourth day, and the angels could therefore not be created until the fifth. Chapter 4, stanza 7. 7 planets in the universe: Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Sun, Venus, Mercury, Moon. 7 days in the year, the 7 days of the week. 7 gates in the soul, male and female. 2 eyes, 2 ears, 2 nostrils, and the mouth. Chapter 4, stanza 8. He made the letter Bet king over wisdom, and he bound a crown to it, and he combined one with another. And with them he formed the moon in the universe, Sunday in the year, the right eye in the soul, male and female. Chapter 4, stanza 9. He made the letter Gimel king over wealth, and he bound a crown to it, and he combined one with another. And with them he formed Mars in the universe, Monday in the year, the right ear in the soul, male and female. Chapter 4, stanza 10. He made the letter Dalet king over seed, and he bound a crown to it, and he combined one with another. And with them he formed the sun in the universe, Tuesday in the year, the right nostril in the soul, male and female. Chapter 4, stanza 11. He made the letter Kaf king over life, and he bound a crown to it, and he combined one with another. And with them he formed Venus in the universe, Wednesday in the year, the left eye in the soul, male and female. Chapter 4, stanza 12. He made the letter Pe king over dominance, and he bound a crown to it, and he combined one with another. And with them he formed Mercury in the universe, Thursday in the year, the left ear in the soul, male and female. Chapter 4, stanza 13. He made the letter Resh king over peace, and he bound a crown to it, and he combined one with another. And with them he formed Saturn in the universe, Friday in the year, the left nostril in the soul, male and female. Chapter 4, stanza 14. He made the letter Tav king over grace, and he bound a crown to it, and he combined one with another. And with them he formed Jupiter in the universe, the Sabbath in the year, the mouth in the soul, male and female. Here, the Sefer Yetzirah discusses the letters in relation to the primary traits, the planets, the days of the week, and the parts of the body. There are a number of variations in these assignments, and the more important ones are given in Table 33. Each letter can be used to influence the part of the body with which it is associated. This can be accomplished through using the array of 221 or 231 gates associated with that letter. These letters are used in a similar manner when creating a golem. Most important are the relationships between the letters, days of the week, and planets, and between the 7 primary traits: wisdom, wealth, seed, life, dominance, peace, and grace. One can use the methods of the Sefer Yetzirah to attain or enhance any one of these by using the soft pronunciation of the 7 doubles. If one wishes to transmit their opposite, one uses the hard pronunciation. Like other stanzas, this can also be read in the imperative. Make Bet king over wisdom, bind a crown to it, and combine one with another, and with them form. The meditation involves using the 7 doubles in this manner. The dominant letter is placed at the beginning, and the other 6 letters are then permuted. Thus, if one was seeking to transmit wisdom, one would place Bet at the beginning, and one would then permute the remaining letters, G, D, K, P, R, T, in every possible manner. Similarly, if one were seeking wealth, one would place Gimel at the beginning, and would permute the letters B, D, K, P, R, T in all 720 possible ways. The permutation with which one begins is given in Table 34. At the same time, one should contemplate the part of the body associated with that particular trait. Thus, for wisdom, one would concentrate on the right eye, while for wealth, on the right ear. In a similar manner, one should also concentrate on the appropriate direction. Also important is the day of the week associated with each trait. If one wishes to transmit a certain trait, it is best done on the specified day of the week. In using these methods, one must also take planetary influences into account. Besides the influences given here, there are others given in Bereta of Shmuel HaKatan, which appear to be closer to those expressed in Western astrology. See Table 35. Influence extends only from the visible members of our solar system. The distant planets, such as Uranus, Neptune, and Pluto, which are invisible to the unaided eye, are not considered to have significant astrological influence. If one were to take these into account, one would also have to consider dozens of asteroids, which would exert an even greater influence. The influence of the planets in the system of Sefer Yetzirah does not depend on their position in the sky, but on the hour of the day. This is discussed in a number of Talmudical and Kabbalistic sources. In order of their distance from Earth, the planets are Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, Sun, Venus, Mercury, Moon. Of these, Saturn is furthest from the Earth, and the Moon is closest. According to the Bible, the stars and planets were made on the fourth day of creation, Genesis chapter 1, verses 14 through 19. Counting from Sunday, the fourth day was Wednesday. In biblical reckoning, however, night always precedes day. The Torah therefore consistently says it was evening and it was morning. Evening always precedes morning. The planets were placed in their positions on the eve of the fourth day, that is, on Tuesday night. They were placed one at a time, an hour apart, in order of their distance from Earth. Thus, in the first hour, 6 p.m., Saturn was placed in its position. In the second hour, 7 p.m., Jupiter was positioned. The order of creation of the 7 planets was then as follows. First hour, 6 p.m., Saturn. Second hour, 7 p.m., Jupiter. Third hour, 8 p.m., Mars. Fourth hour, 9 p.m., Sun. Fifth hour, 10 p.m., Venus. Sixth hour, 11 p.m., Mercury. Seventh hour, 12 p.m., Moon. This is the ordering found on the eve of Wednesday on the chart of planetary influences. Each planet then dominated the hour in which it was positioned. After the first 7 hours, their dominance began a new cycle, with the planets in the same order. This 7-hour cycle continues throughout the week, and it is the same every week. The entire weekly cycle is given in the table of planetary influences. See Table 36. One immediately notices that the first hour of each evening is dominated by a different planet, in the following order. Sunday, Mercury. Monday, Jupiter. Tuesday, Venus. Wednesday, Saturn. Thursday, Sun. Friday, Moon. Saturday, Mars. The first hour of each day is dominated by the planets in the following manner. Sunday, Sun. Monday, Moon. Tuesday, Mars, Tu. Wednesday, Mercury, Woden. Thursday, Jupiter, Thor. Friday, Venus, Frigg. Saturday, Saturn. Note that the name of each day is associated with the planet that dominates its first hour in the morning. Thus, Sunday is dominated by the Sun, Monday, Moon Day, by the Moon, and Saturday by Saturn. In the English names of the other days, the Nordic or Germanic names of the planets are used. The Romans had originally named the days after the planets dominating their first hour. This nomenclature still survives in the Romance languages. Thus, in French, Tuesday is Mardi, Mars Day. Wednesday is Mercredi, Mercury's Day. Thursday is jeudi, Jupiter's day, and Friday is vendredi, Venus's day. Saturn dominates Saturday, which is the Sabbath. In Hebrew, Sabbath is Shabbat, and hence Saturn is called Shabtai. The planet that dominates the first hour of the day or night is said to dominate that entire period. The most auspicious times, however, are those associated both with the correct day and with the correct planet. See Table 36. Thus, for example, in our Gra version of Sefer Yetzirah, both Sunday and the moon are associated with wisdom. During the day on Sunday, the moon is dominant in the 4th and 11th hours, or from 9 to 10 a.m. and from 4 to 5 p.m. These are then the most auspicious times for working to attain wisdom. There is a commandment, "There shall not be found among you one who calculates times," me'onan. Deuteronomy chapter 18, verse 10. In the Talmud, according to Rabbi Akiva, this specifically applies to one who calculates auspicious times, and a number of authorities accept this opinion as binding. This, however, only means that one should not make astrology a dominant influence in one's daily life. As we see from all the commentaries on Sefer Yetzirah, when one is engaged in these mystical techniques, this prohibition is not applicable. See Table 37. Although most versions of Sefer Yetzirah set the planets in the order in which they were created, the Gra version, which we are using, follows a different system. It is based on the ordering of the planets as found in the Zohar. There, we find the following relationship between the planets, Sefirot, and colors. Moon, white, Chesed, Sunday. Mars, red, Gvura, Monday. Sun, yellow, Tiferet, Tuesday. Saturn, black, Yesod, Friday. Jupiter, blue, Malchut, Saturday. Venus, upper eyelid, Netzach, Wednesday. Mercury, lower eyelid, Hod, Thursday. When the Sefirot and days are placed in their usual order, the planets appear in the order given in our version of Sefer Yetzirah. This version, therefore, is that which fits most closely to the teachings of the Zohar. The association with colors is also significant, since one can also meditate on these colors when seeking to transmit the associated influence. The colors are also useful in general in meditations involving the Sefirot. Also associated with the days of the week are the letters of the 42-letter name. See Table 38. This can be used in various meditations involving these days. The same is true of the angels associated with each day. See Table 39. Chapter 4, Stanza 15. 7 doubles. B, G, D, K, P, R, T. With them were engraved 7 universes, 7 firmaments, 7 lands, 7 seas, 7 rivers, 7 deserts, 7 days, 7 weeks, 7 years, 7 sabbaticals, 7 jubilees, and the holy palace. Therefore, he made sevens beloved under all the heavens. 7 universes. The later Kabbalists write that these are the 7 chambers in the universe of Bria. These are given in Table 40. Of these, the 2 lowest, brickwork of sapphire and essence of heaven, are mentioned in the verse, "They saw the God of Israel, and under his feet was the brickwork of sapphire, clear like the essence of heaven." Exodus chapter 24, verse 10. These 7 chambers parallel the 7 lower Sefirot in the universe of Atzilut. They also parallel the 7 watches of angels in the universe of Yetzirah. Some early sources state that these 7 universes are the 7,000 years that the world is supposed to exist. The first 6 parallel the 6 weekdays, while the 7,000 years is the day when all will be Sabbath. Others relate the 7 universes to the Kabbalistic doctrine of sabbaticals. This states that there are 7 distinct periods of creation, each lasting 7,000 years. According to some Kabbalists, the present creation is the 2nd, while others state that it is the 6th or 7th. In any case, there are 7 cycles, each 7,000 years long. This means that the universe as we know it will last for 49,000 years. According to the master Kabbalists, Rabbi Isaac of Akko, when counting the years of these cycles, one must not use an ordinary physical year, but rather a divine year. The Midrash says that each divine day is 1,000 years, basing this on the verse, 1,000 years in your sight are as but yesterday. Psalm 90, verse 4. Since each year contains 365 and a quarter days, a divine year would be 365,250 years long. According to this, each cycle of 7,000 divine years would consist of 2,556,750,000 earthly years. This figure of 2.5 billion years is very close to the scientific estimate as to the length of time that life has existed on Earth. If we assume that the 7th cycle began with the biblical account of creation, then this would have occurred when the universe was 15,340,500,000 years old. This is very close to the scientific estimate that the expansion of the universe began some 15 billion years ago. The current Hebrew year is 5736. In this calendar, the year in which Adam was created is counted as year 1. If we then count the biblical genealogies from the time of Adam, we find that 5,736 years have elapsed since the time he was formed. However, the Kabbalists clearly say that other human beings existed before Adam, and this is even supported in Scripture. Actually, there are 2 accounts of creation in the book of Genesis. The first chapter of Genesis speaks of the initial creation of the universe, while the second chapter speaks of the creation of Adam. During the 6 days of creation described in the first chapter, God did not actually create the world, but rather created the ingredients which would allow the world to develop. It thus refers to the creation of all matter, along with space and time. It was during these 6 days that God brought the universe into being from absolute nothingness. After these 6 days of creation, God allowed the universe to develop by itself, renewing his creation each 7,000 divine years, or 2.5 billion earthly years. All the laws of nature and the properties of matter had been fixed for all time. As it is written, "He has established them forever. He has made a decree which shall not be transgressed." Psalm 148, verse 6. It is similarly written, "Whatever God decrees shall be forever. Nothing shall be added to it, and nothing shall be taken away." Ecclesiastes chapter 3, verse 14. Each of the 6 cycles of creation brought something new into the world. The 5th cycle was the one that brought forth life, and this took place around 2.5 billion years ago. Around 974 generations before Adam, or some 25,000 years ago, man developed all the physical and mental capabilities that we possess today. This man had evolved from the dust of the earth, Genesis chapter 2, verse 7, but he still lacked the divine soul that would make him a spiritual being. God then created Adam, the first true human being with a soul, and he blew in his nostrils a soul of life. Genesis chapter 2, verse 7. According to tradition, the creation of Adam took place on Rosh Hashanah, the Hebrew New Year, which occurred on September 9th, 3761 BCE. 7 firmaments. These are listed in the long version, in chapter 4, stanza 13, as being Vilon, Rakia, Shechakim, Zevul, Ma'on, Machon, Aravot. These are also mentioned in the Talmud. See Table 41. According to the Ari, these parallel the 7 lower Sefirot of the universe of Asiyah. 7 Earths. The long version, chapter 4, stanza 13, lists these as Adama, Tevel, Nishiyah, Tsaya, Chalad, Eretz, Chalad. Another source gives them as Eretz, Adama, Arka, Ge, Tsaya, Nasya, Tevel. Still another ancient source lists them as Eretz, Adama, Arka, Hariva, Yabasha, Tevel, Chalad. According to many authorities, these refer to the 7 continents: North America, South America, Europe, Africa, Asia, Australia, Antarctica. There is no continent on the North Pole, and hence the North is said to be open. Both the 7 firmaments and the 7 earths are said to parallel the Sefirot in the lower world. They also parallel the 7 attributes under discussion here. 7 seas. Many commentaries state that these are the 7 lakes and seas in the Holy Land. In modern terminology, the 7 seas represent the 7 oceans: the North Atlantic, South Atlantic, North Pacific, South Pacific, Indian Ocean, Arctic Ocean, Antarctic Ocean. The seas in the Holy Land represent a microcosm of these oceans. 7 rivers. These are the 7 rivers associated with the Holy Land: the Jordan, Yarmukh, Kirmion, Poga, Pishon, Gihon, Chidekel. The Euphrates is not counted because it includes them all. These parallel the great rivers of the world. 7 deserts. These are the 7 deserts through which the Israelites passed during the Exodus from Egypt: Eitan, Shur, Sin, Sinai, Paran, Tzin, Kadmut. 7 days. These are the 7 days of the week. They are also the 7 days of the major festivals: Pesach, Passover, and Sukkot, Tabernacles. 7 weeks. These are the 7 weeks between Pesach and Shavuot. The Torah thus says, "You shall count from the day after the holiday 7 complete weeks." Leviticus chapter 23, verse 15. 7 years. These are the 7 years in the sabbatical cycle. The Torah prescribes that on the 7th year the land should lie fallow and not be worked. 6 years shall you sow your field, but the 7th year shall be a Sabbath of solemn rest for the land. Leviticus chapter 25, verses 3 and 4. 7 sabbaticals. At the end of 7 sabbatical cycles, the Jubilee year was celebrated. All slaves would then be freed, and real property would be returned to its hereditary owner. The Torah states, "You shall number 7 sabbaticals, 7 times 7 years, making 49 years. And you shall sanctify the 50th year, and proclaim liberty throughout the land. It shall be a jubilee to you." Leviticus chapter 25, verses 8 and 10. 7 jubilees. This is 7 times 49, or 50 years, a total of 343, or 350 years. The first temple stood for 410 years, and during this period, Israel observed 7 jubilees. This also relates to the concept of sabbaticals of creation, where each jubilee period consists of 49,000 years. There will be 7 such jubilee periods, and the universe will therefore last a total of 343,000 years. These are divine years, each one consisting of 365,250 earthly years. Thus, the total time between the initial expansion and final collapse of the universe will be 125,287,500,000 years. This figure of 125 billion years is very close to the scientific calculation. After this period, the universe will become completely spiritual. One of the aspects of the future world will be extreme longevity on the part of mankind. Regarding this period, it is foretold, "As a child, one shall die at 100 years old." Isaiah chapter 65, verse 20. According to Rabbi Isaac of Akko, the lifespan will have become so extended that one who dies at the age of 100 will be considered like a child currently dying at the age of 3. Thus, the normal lifespan will be approximately 33 times its present value, or around 2,000 years. Isaac of Akko furthermore states that these will be divine years, so the human lifespan will eventually be extended to the order of 80 million years. The Holy Palace. This is the 7th point, the center of the other 6, as explained in chapter 4, stanza 4. He made sevens beloved. According to Rabbi Abraham Abulafia, there are 7 levels in creation: form, matter, combination, mineral, vegetable, animal, and man. Man is thus the 7th level, and is most beloved by God. Chapter 4, stanza 16. 2 stones build 2 houses. 3 stones build 6 houses. 4 stones build 24 houses. 5 stones build 120 houses. 6 stones build 620 houses. 7 stones build 5,040 houses. From here on, go out and calculate that which the mouth cannot speak, and the ear cannot hear. 2 stones. Here, the letters of the alphabet are called stones. The Kabbalists say that they are stones quarried from the great name of God. The text here is discussing the number of permutations possible with a given number of letters. If one has 2 letters, A, B, one can permute them in 2 ways, A, B, and B, A. These are the 2 stones that build 2 houses. If one has 3 letters, one can make 6 permutations, A, B, C, A, C, B, B, A, C, B, C, A, C, A, B, C, B, A. Use has already been made of this in chapter 1, stanza 13, and chapter 3, stanzas 6 through 8. In a similar manner, 4 letters can be permuted in 24 ways, and 5 in 120. The numbers are not difficult to obtain. If one starts with one letter X, a second letter can be placed either to its right or to its left. This gives 2 permutations, AX and XA. Now, if we take each combination XY, we can place a third letter in 3 possible positions, AXY, XAY, XYA. Since the letters XY themselves could be permuted in 2 ways, the total number of permutations is 2 times 3, or 6. Similarly, if we have 3 letters, XYZ, a 4th letter can be placed in one of 4 places, AXYZ, XAYZ, XYAZ, XYZA. Since the 3 letters XYZ can be permuted in 6 different ways, the total number of permutations is 6 times 4, or 24. If we then take 4 letters, WXYZ, a 5th letter can be inserted in one of 5 places, AWXYZ, WAXYZ, WXAYZ, WXYAZ, WXYZA. Since WXYZ can be permuted in 24 ways, the total number of permutations is 5 times 24, or 120. We therefore see that for a given number of letters, the number of permutations is given by 1 times 2 times 3, etc., times n. This is known as n factorial, and is usually written n exclamation mark. The number of permutations for all numbers of letters up to 22 is given in tables 42 and 43. In general, letter permutations played an important role in the practices of the meditative Kabbalists. These permutations were often chanted, very much like a mantra, in order to bring about a desired state of consciousness. A number of such texts contain extensive tables of such permutations. That which the mouth cannot speak. This expression is also found in the Talmud. Assume that a person wished to pronounce all 5,040 possible permutations of 7 letters. He would therefore have to pronounce a total of 5,040 times 7, or 35,280 letters. Assuming that he could pronounce 3 letters a second, it would take over 3 hours to recite them all. Difficult, but not impossible. If one wished to pronounce all possible permutations of 8 letters, he would have to recite a total of 40,320 times 8, or 322,560 letters. At the same rate, this would take approximately 30 hours. For all practical purposes, this is outside the realm of normal human capability. The text therefore states that this is something that the mouth cannot speak, and the ear cannot hear. The Sefer Yetzirah includes it here, since it is possible to pronounce all the permutations of the 7 doubles, and apparently, this was done in some techniques. In the next chapter, the text will be speaking of the 12 elementals, which can be permuted almost 500 million ways. At the same rate, it would take 63 years to pronounce all these permutations. From table 43, we see that there are about 6 sextillion possible permutations of all 22 letters of the Hebrew alphabet. This is very close to the total number of stars in the observable universe. This universe contains around 100 billion galaxies, each one with approximately 10 billion stars. A very similar figure is also found in the Talmud. Thus, from the permutations of the alphabet, a name can be formed for every star in the universe. This is in accordance with the teaching that every star has an individual name. Chapter 5, Stanza 1. 12 Elementals. He, Vav, Zayin, Chet, Tet, Yud, Lamed, Nun, Samech, Ayin, Tzadi, Kuf. Their foundation is speech, thought, motion, sight, hearing, action, coition, smell, sleep, anger, taste, laughter. Anger. This can also be interpreted as temper or aggressiveness. Taste. The Hebrew word here, le'itah, literally means swallowing. Many commentaries, however, interpret it to mean taste. These attributes do not have opposites. They can either be present or absent, but their absence is not the opposite of their presence. They are therefore represented by the 12 elementals, which only have a single sound. As we shall see, these qualities parallel the 12 months, as well as the 12 signs of the zodiac. They also have a parallel in the 12 tribes of Israel. There are 2 ways of ordering the 12 tribes. The first is that which occurs in the beginning of the book of Exodus, chapter 1, verses 2 through 5. Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, Zebulun, Benjamin, Dan, Naphtali, Gad, Asher, Joseph. The first 6 here are Reuben, Simeon, Levi, Judah, Issachar, and Zebulun. These are the 6 sons of Leah in order of their birth. Then comes Benjamin, the son of Rachel. Joseph, the other son of Rachel, was in Egypt, and is therefore not mentioned until the end. Following these are Dan and Naphtali, the sons of Bilhah, Rachel's handmaid. Then comes Gad and Asher, the sons of Leah's handmaid Zilpah, who were born after the sons of Bilhah. A number of authorities list the 12 tribes in this order. According to this, Joseph's sign comes out to be Pisces, Dagim, and this is also reflected in Talmudic teachings. See Table 44. Other authorities list the tribes in the order of their camps in the desert. See Figure 47. This order is Judah, Issachar, Zebulun, Reuben, Simeon, Gad, Ephraim, Manasseh, Benjamin, Dan, Asher, Naphtali. On the eastern camp was Judah, Issachar, and Zebulun. On the south, Reuben, Simeon, and Gad. On the west, Ephraim, Manasseh, and Benjamin. And on the north, Dan, Asher, and Naphtali. According to some authorities, this was also the order of the stones on the Urim and Tumim. This change of order occurred after Levi was given the priesthood and removed from the order of the tribes. To complete the 12, Joseph was divided into 2 tribes, Ephraim and Manasseh. This was in accordance to Jacob's blessing, "Ephraim and Manasseh shall be like Reuben and Simeon to me." Genesis chapter 48, verse 5. When the traits are in the order given in our Gra version, the tribes must be matched up with them in the order of the camps. The division of Joseph, however, is not considered, and therefore Joseph is in the place of Ephraim, and Levi in the place of Manasseh. See Table 45. These 12 attributes also parallel the 12 permutations of the Tetragrammaton. Even though 4 letters can normally be permuted 24 different ways, since 2 letters are the same here, this number is halved. See Figure 48. One begins with the name YHVH. Retaining the Y at the beginning, the V is first placed at the end, YHHV, and then immediately after the Y, YVHH. See Figure 49. The Y is then placed at the end, setting the first H in the beginning, HVHY. As before, the middle letter, which is now the final H, is placed at the end, HVYH. It is then placed after the initial letter, HHVY. The H in the initial permutation in this triad, HVHY, is then placed at the end, leaving the V at the beginning, VHYH. Again, the middle letter, the Y, is first placed at the end, VHHY, and then after the first letter, VYHH. The V is then placed at the end, leaving the final H in the beginning, HYHV. The middle H is then moved to the end, HYVH, and then to the second position, HHYV. According to most authorities, this is the order of permutations of the Tetragrammaton paralleling the months of the year. There are certain verses that also pertain to these, where the letters of the permutations appear as either the initial or final letters of the words. Also associated with these are the 12 houses, which are the 12 angular divisions of the sky. See Table 48. The positioning of the constellations and planets in these determine their astrological influence. This division is also used in Western astrology. Chapter 5, Stanza 2. 12 Elementals. H, V, Z, C, H, T, Y, L, N, S, O, T, Z, Q. Their foundation is the 12 diagonal boundaries: the east upper boundary, the east northern boundary, the east lower boundary, the south upper boundary, the southeastern boundary, the south lower boundary, the west upper boundary, the west southern boundary, the west lower boundary, the north upper boundary, the northwestern boundary, the north lower boundary. They extend continually until eternity of eternities, and it is they that are the boundaries of the universe. The 12 elementals are said to relate to the 12 diagonal boundaries. See Table 46. These correspond to the 12 edges of a cube. When a person uses these letters in any meditation, he must also concentrate on the appropriate direction. The ordering here begins on the east, and then goes through the 4 primary directions: east, south, west, north. This corresponds to the teaching, whenever you turn, turn toward the right. The ordering of directions is also the same as that of the 4 camps in the desert. The 12 diagonal boundaries thus correspond to the 12 tribes. It is for this reason that our Gra version gives 3 boundaries for each of the 4 sides. These correspond to the 3 tribes in each of the 4 camps. In each of these 4 directions, one first takes the upward boundary, then the right boundary, and then the lower boundary. In this manner, one describes the letter Bet on each side. This corresponds to the teaching that the world was created with a Bet, this being the first letter of the Torah. See Figure 50. A number of other versions give the 12 boundaries like they are here. Other versions, however, use a different system. They give all the eastern boundaries first, then the 2 remaining northern ones, then all the western boundaries, and finally, the 2 remaining southern edges. See Figure 51. The Bahir relates these 12 diagonals to the Tree of Life. There is a one-to-one relationship between the diagonal boundaries and the diagonal lines in the Tree of Life diagram. These 12 boundaries also correspond to the 12 permutations of the Tetragrammaton. The permutations beginning with Y corresponding to the east, those beginning with the first H to the south, the V to the west, and the final H to the north. They extend to eternity of eternities. The term eternity of eternities, which in Hebrew is adei ad, has already been discussed in Chapter 1, Stanza 5, as denoting a realm beyond space and time. The use of the term here would imply that the diagonal boundaries actually extend beyond the realm of space and time. Earlier, when the Sefer Yetzirah spoke of the 6 primary directions, it did not call them boundaries. Chapter 4, Stanza 4. The reason why they are called boundaries, gvulim, here is because they are used in the method of meditating on the boundaries of space. The initiate meditates on the 4 letters Bet, which seal the universe on 4 sides, setting the limits of thought. He also meditates on the 12 permutations of the Tetragrammaton, which correspond to the 12 diagonals. In this manner, he can reach the level where they extend to eternity of eternities, beyond the realm of space and time. In discussing the 12 diagonals, the Bahir says, On the inside of them is the tree. This is the tree of life, the array of the 10 Sefirot, connected by the 22 letters. The tree is not inside the 12 boundaries from an earthly point of view, since it is external to the physical universe. It is only inside these boundaries when viewed from the point at infinity that has been discussed earlier in chapter 1, stanza 7. It is at this point that all the boundaries are unified. When a person meditates on the infinity of the diagonal boundaries, he is also able to move along the diagonal paths in the tree of life. This is important, since it is much easier to ascend along the diagonals than along the vertical paths. Boundaries of the universe. These boundaries parallel the boundaries of the 12 tribes mentioned in Ezekiel chapter 48. Each of these diagonal boundaries relates to one of the 12 tribes. According to the Talmud, these boundaries correspond to the 12 pillars upon which the universe rests. This is based on the verse, "He stood up the boundaries of the nations, according to the number of the children of Israel." Deuteronomy chapter 32, verse 8. The Talmud also relates these to the arms of the universe. Instead of boundaries of the universe, the short version reads, arms of the universe. The obvious allusion is to the verse in Deuteronomy chapter 33, verses 26 through 27. There is none like the God of Yeshurun. The rider of the heavens is your helper. His pride is in the skies. Shechakim. A dwelling is the God of eternity, and below are the arms of the universe. He drives the enemy from before you, and he said, destroy. This verse occurs after the blessing of the tribes, where Moses blesses the entire nation of Israel. Although the verse is speaking of God helping the Israelites in a mundane sense, it also has mystical overtones. Moses begins by calling God the rider of the heavens. The word rider, rochev, is closely related to Merkava, the mystical chariot that is the essence of the mystical experience. The concept of riding involves traveling and leaving one's natural place. When Moses says that God rides the heavens, it means that he leaves his natural state where he is absolutely unknowable and inconceivable and allows himself to be visualized in a mystical vision. As the verse continues, this takes place through the skies known as Shechakim. This term always refers to the 2 Sefirot, Netzach and Hod, which are the Sefirot involved in prophecy and inspiration. It then says, a dwelling, Me'onah, is the God of eternity. As discussed earlier in chapter 1, stanza 5, the word Ma'on and Me'onah indicate a level above space and time, the place of the universe. The word for eternal here is kedem, which usually indicates keter. The Hebrew word for crown, keter, also comes from the root katar, meaning to surround. It is through the attribute of keter, or kedem, eternity, that God encompasses all space and time. It is below this that there exist the arms of the universe. These are the infinites involving the 12 diagonal boundaries. On the highest level, we conceive of God as being totally divorced from all space and time. This conception involves a state of consciousness that pertains neither to perception nor to non-perception. On a lower level, we see him as the one who defines space and time, as the place of the universe. This involves a state of consciousness perceiving nothingness. On a still lower level, we see God as being beyond the boundaries of the universe. Thus, if a person wishes to experience God, he must begin at the lower level and work his way upward. He therefore begins with the arms of the universe, contemplating the infinity of space in the 12 diagonal boundaries. Only after this can he reach the level of a dwelling is the God of eternity, where he conceives God as the place of the universe. Finally, however, he must attain a conception of God as being totally divorced from space and time. He then sees him as the rider of the heavens, who merely uses all depictions as a means through which he can be conceptualized. A very important element in attaining the mystical experience is the negation of the self. When a person sees himself as nothing, then his self becomes transparent to the divine. Commenting on the verse, "From under the arms of the universe," the Talmud states that a person must make himself like he does not exist. Through contemplating the infinities of the universe, one can nullify the ego. In another very significant teaching, the Talmud states that the spirit, ruach, depends on the storm wind, sa'ara, and the storm wind hangs from the arms of God. This is also based on the verse, "From under the arms of the universe." The storm wind, sa'ara, however, was the first manifestation of Ezekiel's vision, as he says, "I looked, and behold, a storm wind coming out of the north." Ezekiel chapter 1, verse 4. The storm wind relates to the stormy state of consciousness that precedes the true mystical experience, which is called spirit, ruach. The Talmud states that the state of sa'ara, which is the gateway to the mystical experience, depends on the arms of the universe. One attains this state when one meditates on the infinities of the diagonal boundaries and the permutations of the tetragrammaton associated with them. In the text here, we see that the ordering of the 12 diagonal boundaries begins with the east and ends with the north. Since the last direction upon which one meditates is the north, Ezekiel saw the storm wind coming from the north. The state of storm wind, as well as the great cloud and flashing fire seen by Ezekiel, are the forces of the evil husks, klippah, which must be breached before one can enter into the mysteries. The passage in Deuteronomy therefore concludes, "He drives the enemy from before you." Since after contemplating the arms of the universe, one encounters the enemy, the klippah, Moses had to promise that God would drive this force away and allow one to enter unharmed. In the long version, the reading here in Sefer Yetzirah is heights of the universe. Some commentaries state that these heights are the arms of the universe. The term heights of the universe occurs 3 times in Scripture. In Jacob's blessing to Joseph, he grants him the desire of the heights of the universe. Genesis chapter 49, verse 26. Moses likewise blessed the tribe of Joseph with the treasure of the heights of the universe. Deuteronomy chapter 33, verse 15. The Zohar states that these heights are related to the feminine principle in creation, especially to the Sefirah of Malchut. It is through meditation on the 12 infinite lines of the universe that one can enter into Malchut and begin the climb up the tree of life. The 12 diagonal boundaries are therefore like transmission lines, through which creative energy flows into the universe from the 12 diagonal paths in the tree of life. As such, these infinities are the interface between the physical and the transcendental. Chapter 5, verse 3. 12 elementals: H, V, Z, C, H, T, Y, L, N, S, O, T, Z, Q. Their foundation is that he engraved them, carved them, permuted them, weighed them, and transformed them, and with them he formed 12 constellations in the universe, 12 months in the year, and 12 directors in the soul, male and female. Chapter 5, stanza 4. 12 constellations in the universe. Aries, Taleh, the ram. Taurus, Shor, the bull. Gemini, Teomim, the twins. Cancer, Sartan, the crab. Leo, Ari, the lion. Virgo, Betula, the virgin. Libra, Moznaim, the scales. Scorpio, Akrav, the scorpion. Sagittarius, Keshet, the archer. Capricorn, Gedi, the kid. Aquarius, Dali, the water drawer. Pisces, Dagim, the fish. Chapter 5, Stanza 5. 12 months in the year. Nisan, Iyar, Sivan, Tammuz, Av, Elul, Tishrei, Cheshvan, Kislev, Tevet, Shvat, Adar. The references to the zodiac are shown in Table 47. Figure 52 shows the zodiac as it appeared in the 1720 edition of Tzurat Haaretz. Chapter 5, Stanza 6. 12 directors in the soul, male and female. The 2 hands, the 2 feet, the 2 kidneys, the gallbladder, the intestines, the liver, the korkavan, the kiva, the spleen. The intestines. In Hebrew, the word here is dakin. This usually denotes the small intestine, but it can also include the large intestine or colon. In other versions, instead of dakin, the Sefer Yetzirah uses the term masas or hemses. Ordinarily in Hebraic literature, this does not denote a human organ. The term usually refers to the omasum or many plies, the third stomach in ruminating, cud-chewing animals, such as cattle. See Figure 53. This organ is also called the psalterium, since its longitudinal folds are arranged like the leaves in a book. According to a number of commentaries, the masas denotes the stomach in man. In a number of places, the Midrash implies that the function of the masas is to grind food. According to the substitution in the Gra version here, it would appear that the analog of the masas in man is the small intestine. This is also supported by a number of authorities. This would be in agreement with the Kabbalists, since, according to them, the stomach is the korkavan. The korkavan. The term korkavan is most often used to denote the gizzard in fowl. In the Talmud and Midrash, however, this term is occasionally, if rarely, used to denote a human organ, usually identified with the grinding of food. The Zohar clearly identifies the korkavan as the stomach, and this opinion is shared almost universally by all later Kabbalists. Other commentaries identify the korkavan with various different internal organs. Some say that it is the esophagus, others say that it is the small intestine, still another opinion has that it is the colon, some even say that it is the appendix. The kiva. The kiva is also an organ usually associated with animals. In ruminants, it is the fourth stomach, known as the maw or abomasum. In calves, it is also known as the rennet bag, since it contains the rennet-making glands. According to some commentaries, the kiva is the stomach. Others identify it with the intestine. Another opinion has that it is the colon. In animals, the kiva was part of the offering given to priests, as the Torah states, "They shall give to the priest the shoulder, the 2 cheeks, and the kiva." Deuteronomy chapter 18, verse 3. Maimonides states that the reason for this is because the kiva is the first among the digestive organs, and this opinion is echoed by the Kabbalists. According to this, the analog in man would be the esophagus. The Talmud and Zohar, however, apparently teach that the main function of the kiva in man is to induce sleep. This is also reflected in Sefer Yetzirah, in chapter 5, stanza 9. This would indicate an organ of glandular nature, possibly the pancreas. Significantly, an early midrash attributes to the kiva a sleep of sweetness. One reason why the kiva might be associated with sleep is because in animals, it is the organ that digests milk. The human analog may also be associated with milk, and milk is known to induce sleep. The Talmud also states that, in general, eating brings on sleep. It is also possible that the korkovan and kiva are not human organs at all. This would mean that use is made of them only when the Sefer Yetzirah is used with relation to animals and birds. By making use of these organs, one may create an animal or bird rather than a human. This might have been the technique that the Talmudic sages used to create a prime calf. Chapter 5, stanza 7. He made the letter He king over speech, and he bound a crown to it, and he combined one with another, and with them he formed Aries in the universe, Nisan in the year, and the right foot in the soul, male and female. He made the letter Vav king over thought, and he bound a crown to it, and he combined one with another, and with them he formed Taurus in the universe, Er in the year, and the right kidney in the soul, male and female. He made the letter Zayin king over motion, and he bound a crown to it, and he combined one with another, and with them he formed Gemini in the universe, Sivan in the year, and the left foot in the soul, male and female. Chapter 5, stanza 8. He made the letter Chet king over sight, and he bound a crown to it, and he combined one with another, and with them he formed Cancer in the universe, Tammuz in the year, and the right hand in the soul, male and female. He made the letter Tet king over hearing, and he bound a crown to it, and he combined one with another, and with them he formed Leo in the universe, Av in the year, and the left kidney in the soul, male and female. He made the letter Yud king over action, and he bound a crown to it, and he combined one with another, and with them he formed Virgo in the universe, Elul in the year, and the left hand in the soul, male and female. Chapter 5, stanza 9. He made the letter Lamed king over coition, and he bound a crown to it, and he combined one with another, and with them he formed Libra in the universe, Tishrei in the year, and the gallbladder in the soul, male and female. He made the letter Nun king over smell, and he bound a crown to it, and he combined one with another, and with them he formed Scorpio in the universe, Cheshvan in the year, and the intestine in the soul, male and female. He made the letter Samech king over sleep, and he bound a crown to it, and he combined one with another, and with them he formed Sagittarius in the universe, Kislev in the year, and the Kiva in the soul, male and female. Chapter 5, stanza 10. He made the letter Ayin king over anger, and he bound a crown to it, and he combined one with another, and with them he formed Capricorn in the universe, Tevet in the year, and the liver in the soul, male and female. He made the letter Tzadi, king over taste, and he bound a crown to it, and he combined one with another, and with them he formed Aquarius in the universe, Shavat in the year, and the Corcovan in the soul, male and female. He made the letter Kuf, king over laughter, and he bound a crown to it, and he combined one with another, and with them he formed Pisces in the universe, Adar in the year, and the spleen in the soul, male and female. He made them like a trough. He arranged them like a wall. He set them up like a battle. There are several variant readings found in the different versions and commentaries. The major ones are given in Table 48. In this version, the kiva is associated with sleep, the liver with anger, and the spleen with laughter. The same association is found in the Talmud. Here, we see that the signs of the zodiac are associated with the 12 Hebrew lunar months, rather than the position of the sun, as in Western astrology. The assignment here approximates that of Western astrology, but is more accurate from a Kabbalistic viewpoint. If one wishes to attain a deep understanding of the significance of the astrological signs, one must contemplate the patterns of stars that form each one. As one gazes at these stellar arrays, not only does the picture of the sign emerge, but one also gains insight into its inner essence. In general, it was forbidden to actually draw pictures of the figures represented by the astrological signs. In ancient times, the making of such pictures actually led to the worship of these signs as gods. To draw the stars alone, or even to connect them with lines so as to make their patterns recognizable, however, is permitted. For the purpose of contemplation, the pictures and diagrams found in most astrological texts are next to useless. Instead, we must turn to the writings of the ancients. One of the best descriptions of the constellations, dating from the 2nd century, is found in Ptolemy's Almagest, and this is quoted in ancient Hebrew manuscripts. I have used Ptolemy's tables in constructing the diagrams of the constellations. He made them like a trough. The constellations are said to be like a trough because they channel spiritual sustenance down to the physical world. The months are like a wall. The parts of the body are involved in a constant state of war, as discussed later in Chapter 6, Stanza 3. Besides his time of birth, a person's name also plays an important role in determining astrological signs. In order to determine this influence, one must write the person's name and the name of his mother in Hebrew characters. The letters must then be added up, so as to determine the numerical value of both names. To determine the sign of the zodiac, one must cast off 12s and take the remainder. That is, one must divide the sum by 12 and determine the remainder. This is used to determine the sign of the zodiac. To determine the planetary influence, one must cast off 7s. Like before, one must divide by 7 and retain only the remainder. This is used to determine the appropriate planet. Note that in the table, the order of the planets is that of Saturday night. In Hebrew reckoning, this is the beginning of the first day of the week, and hence, the first period of creation. This method can more easily be understood if we take an example. Assume that a person's name is Abraham, and his mother's name is Sarah. Making use of the numerical value for each letter, we see that Abraham has a numerical value of 248, while that for Sarah is 505. Adding the two together, the final sum is 753. To determine the sign of the zodiac, one must divide by 12, yielding 62, with a remainder of 9. Consulting Table 49, we find that the appropriate sign is Capricorn. Similarly, to determine the planet, we divide 753 by 7. The quotient is 107, with a remainder of 4. We thus find that Mars will exert a strong influence on a person named Abraham, who is the son of Sarah. Also important are the 28 camps of the divine presence, corresponding to the 28 days of the lunar month. The length of the lunar month is 29 days, 12 hours, 2,643 seconds, 29.53059 days. This is the period during which the moon goes through all of its phases. Besides this, there is also the sidereal month, the time during which the moon passes through all 12 signs of the zodiac. This period is 27 days, 6 hours, 780 seconds, 27.25902 days. This is the period during which the moon revolves around the Earth and returns to its original position with regard to a fixed star. The lunar month is longer than the sidereal month. The reason for this is because, in order to complete a lunar month, the moon must not only pass through the 12 signs of the zodiac, but it must also occupy its previous position in relation to the sun. During this month, however, the sun itself has advanced through the zodiac. The lunar month is therefore longer than the sidereal month by a factor of 1/12. The moon therefore passes through each of the 12 signs of the zodiac in 2 days, 6 hours, 1,865 seconds, 2.271585 days. Besides the 28 lunar days, the sidereal month can also be divided into 28 equal parts. Each one of these parts is one of the moon's camps. The moon passes through each of its camps in 23 hours, 1,310 seconds. The 28 camps parallel the 28 times mentioned in Ecclesiastes. See tables 50 and 51. These are related to the 7 qualities corresponding to the 7 doubles, as discussed in chapter 4, stanzas 2 and 3. See table 52. The 28 camps are associated with the 12 signs of the zodiac through the 42-letter name, given in chapter 4, stanza 14. See table 53. This name is combined with the letters of the tetragrammaton in the manner shown in figure 54. This yields a total of 168 letters, or 6 for each of the 28 camps. The 168 letters can also be divided into 12 groups, each consisting of 14 letters. Each of these groups then corresponds to a specific sign of the zodiac, as given in table 54. It is these letters that are dominant as the moon passes through each of the 12 signs. Also associated with each of the 12 signs is a permutation of the names YHVH and Adoshem. By meditating on these combinations, as well as the derivatives of the 42-letter name, one can gain knowledge of things that will happen in the designated times. See figure 55. The 28 times of Ecclesiastes can be divided into 2 groups of 14. One group consists of the good times, while the other consists of the evil times. The 14 good times are said to come from the 14 letters of YHVH, Eloheinu, YHVH, YHVH, ELHYNU, YHVH. One then takes the letter which in the alphabet comes after each of these 14. This yields the letters KUZU, BMUKSZ, KUZU. The 14 evil times are said to originate from these 14 letters. These 28 letters can therefore be used to transmit the appropriate concepts. There is another system that also provides insight into each hour of the day. As discussed earlier in chapter 2, stanza 5, when various letters are combined with the tetragrammaton, 5 vowels are used, When one wishes to make such a combination relating to the hours of the day, however, one must add a sixth vowel, the shva. The array associated with each letter of the tetragrammaton then consists of 36 elements. Both in the Talmud and in Kabbalah, the normative division of the hour is into chalakim, with 1080 chalakim making an hour. Thus, there are 18 chalakim to a minute. The duration of each letter, expressed in chalakim, is taken as being equal to its numerical value. Thus, Aleph is 1 chelek, Yud is 10, Hey is 5, and Vav is 6. In the array, the Yud and Aleph together add up to 11. Since there are 36 elements in the array, its total numerical value is 36 times 11, or 396. Proceeding in the same manner with each of the 4 squares, the values obtained are 396, 216, 252, and 216. The total of all these is 1080. This is exactly the number of chalakim in an hour. See Figure 56. Each of these combinations therefore pertains to a precise period in the hour. See Figure 57. There are, however, 12 permutations of the tetragrammaton. These can either pertain to the 12 hours of the day or to the 12 hours of the night. When the Aleph precedes the letters of the name, as in Figure 56, these permutations pertain to the 12 hours of the night. When the letters of the name precede the Aleph, they represent the 12 hours of the day. Chapter 6, Stanza 1. These are the 3 mothers, Amsh, and from them emanated 3 fathers, and they are air, water, and fire. And from the fathers, descendants. 3 fathers and their descendants, and 7 planets and their hosts, and 12 diagonal boundaries. A proof of this, true witnesses in the universe, year, soul, and a rule of 12, and 7, and 3. He set them in the Tali, the cycle, and the heart. From them emanated 3 fathers. This is the same as Chapter 3, Stanza 2, except that here the fathers emanate, while there they were born. From the mothers, Amsh, emanated the concept of thesis, antithesis, and synthesis, as discussed earlier. These are the fathers, represented by fire, water, and air. From this triad comes the 3 columns of the Sefirot, and from them, all the rest of creation. The Tali. This is one of the most mysterious words in the Sefer Yetzirah. The term occurs neither in the Bible nor in the Talmud, and there is considerable discussion as to its meaning. The only place where we find a similar word is in a single reference to a weapon, where Jacob told Esau, "Take your instruments, your tali, and your bow." Genesis chapter 27, verse 3. Some commentaries interpret the tali here to be a kind of sword, and it is given this name because it hangs, tala, from one side. Others say that it is a quiver, in which the arrows are piled, talal. The term, however, appears more suggestive of a kind of bola. This is a line with a ball at the end, used to ensnare animals. It would be called a tili because the ball hangs, tala, from the line. This is also supported by the fact that the scripture clearly states that Esau was to trap, tzad, an animal. According to many Kabbalists, the tali mentioned here in Sefer Yetzirah is the imaginary axis around which the heavens rotate. It is seen as an imaginary line from which the celestial sphere hangs, very much like a bola from its line. According to this, the word tali comes from the root tala, meaning to hang. Many authorities identify the tali with the pole serpent, Nachash Bariach, mentioned in the verse, "By his spirit the heavens were calmed. His hand has pierced the pole serpent." Job chapter 26, verse 13. It is also mentioned in the verse, "On that day, with his great, harsh sword, God will visit and overcome the Leviathan, the pole serpent, and the Leviathan, the coiled serpent, and he will kill the dragon of the sea." Isaiah chapter 27, verse 1. This pole serpent, which is identified with the Leviathan, may then be seen as an imaginary creature from which the earth hangs. Thus, in an ancient mystical midrash, we find that the world hangs from a fin of the Leviathan. The pole serpent is often associated with the constellation of Draco. This is not surprising, since Draco is very close to the North Pole. Indeed, around 4,500 years ago, Thuban, a star in Draco's tail, was the pole star. There are, however, two imaginary poles in the sky. The first is the celestial pole, which is directly above the Earth's North Pole. The second is known as the ecliptic pole. This is the pole of the sphere of which the ecliptic is the equator. The ecliptic is the great circle of the celestial sphere traced by the plane of the Earth's orbit around the Sun. If we view the Sun and stars as revolving around the Earth, we will notice that in the course of the year, at a given time each day, the Sun will occupy a slightly different position in relation to the constellations and other stars. In this perspective, the ecliptic is the annual path of the Sun moving from west to east through the heavens. In describing the positions of the stars, the ancients made use of the ecliptic pole rather than the celestial pole. In this system, we find that the constellation of Draco actually surrounds the ecliptic pole. It also has stars in the sections of all the signs of the zodiac. It is therefore literally the pole serpent, since it is the serpent that surrounds the ecliptic pole. See figures 58 and 59. Since the pole serpent has stars in all the houses of the zodiac, it is also seen as supporting them all. It is as if Draco was at the top of the celestial sphere, and all the other stars were hanging from it. As such, Draco is seen as the overseer and director of all the other stars. Draco is therefore associated with the Tali, which, as the Sefer Yetzirah states in chapter 6, stanza 3, is over the universe like a king on his throne. It is called the Tali because all the other constellations hang, Tala, from it. In ancient times, the Tali, in the form of Draco, was worshipped as an idolatrous deity. Rabbi Isaac of Akko also identifies it with the idol Baal, mentioned in the Bible. Many philosophical commentaries on Sefer Yetzirah, as well as astronomical texts, interpret the Tali as being the inclination between two celestial planes. In modern astronomy, this is usually called the obliquity, and it usually denotes the inclination separating the ecliptic and the celestial equator, which is the imaginary circle above the Earth's equator, as shown in figure 60. In this sense, the Tali is also often referred to as a dragon or fish. See figure 61. This is because it has the shape of a fish, wide in the center, and coming to a point at both ends. Hebrew astronomers also used the term Tali to denote the inclination of the orbit of a planet from the ecliptic, particularly in the case of the Moon. There are 2 points where the orbit of a planet intersect the plane of the ecliptic. The point through which the planet passes from the south of the ecliptic plane to the north is called the ascending node, while the other point is known as the descending node. In medieval astronomy, the ascending node was often called the dragon's head. while the descending node was referred to as the dragon's tail. With regard to the intersection points of the equator and the ecliptic, these are the two equinoxes. See Figure 62. The vernal spring equinox is the head, while the autumnal equinox is the tail of the dragon. The dragon, whose head and tail form the two nodes, is then identified as the Tali. Most early Hebrew writers refer to it by its Arabic name, al-Jazhar. Juzhar is a Persian word meaning knot or node. Rabbi Abraham Abulafia also identifies the Tali with the celestial knots, ksharim. He writes that the head of the Tali denotes merit, while its tail signifies liability. Especially important are the lunar nodes, since it is only at these points that an eclipse, either of the sun or the moon, can occur. The Tali can then be seen as the imaginary dragon swallowing the sun or moon. Although the obliquity is often referred to as the Tali, it is questionable if this is the Tali mentioned here by the Sefer Yetzirah. There is also a tradition that there are two Talis, or dragons, one male and the other female. These are identified as the two Leviathans and are mentioned in the account of creation. God created the great dragons. Genesis chapter 1, verse 21. According to the Talmud, the pole serpent mentioned by Isaiah is the male dragon, while the coiled serpent, Nachash Akalkalon, is the female. Some Kabbalists state that the constellation of Draco is the male pole serpent, while the inclination of the ecliptic is the female coiled serpent. The female therefore encompasses the male, this being the mystery of a female shall surround a male. Jeremiah chapter 31, verse 22. Other commentaries identify the Tali with the Milky Way and say that this is the pole serpent. According to this, the Tali would be the axis of the galaxy, rather than that of the celestial sphere. In the book of Raziel, however, it appears that the Milky Way is called the river Dinur, mentioned in Daniel, and not the Tali. Another important opinion is that of the practical Kabbalists. They write that Tali is actually a place under the firmament of Vilon, and that it is inhabited by humanoid beings, which deport themselves in holiness and purity like angels. The divine mysteries are revealed to these beings, and they have the authority to reveal these things to mortal humans. Methods are also given whereby these beings can be contacted. While adhering to the view that the Tali is the segment between the ascending and descending nodes, Rabbi Judah Halevi, 1068 through 1118, also writes that the Tali alludes to the spiritual world and to hidden mysteries which cannot be grasped. Rabbi Abraham Abulafia similarly writes that the knots of the Tali are knots of love and mystical union. The nodes of the Tali are the points where two divergent orbits meet. The physical and spiritual worlds can also be looked upon as two divergent orbits. The Tali would then represent the nodes where the physical and spiritual meet. This picture is clarified through a Talmudic example. The Talmud presents a picture where the storm wind hangs, Tala, between the two arms of God like an amulet. This hanging can be identified with the Tali. As discussed earlier, the storm wind, Sa'ara, refers to the initiation into the prophetic or mystical experience. The two nodes of the Tali are the spiritual points from which this amulet hangs. The Talmud furthermore states that the arms from which it hangs are the arms of the universe. As discussed earlier, the arms of the universe denotes the 12 diagonal boundaries. Chapter 5, stanza 2. One of the most significant interpretations is that of the Bahir. The Bahir states, "What is the Tali? It is the likeness before the Blessed Holy One. It is thus written, his locks are hanging, taltalim. Song of Songs, chapter 5, verse 11. The link with this biblical verse is highly significant. In its entirety, the verse reads, "His head is a treasure of fine gold. His locks are hanging, black like a raven." In both Talmudic and Kabbalistic traditions, this verse has two interpretations. First, it relates to a vision of God, indicating that when he is visualized in battle, he has seen a young man with black hair. The Kabbalists say that this is Zer Anpin, small face, microcosms, the personification of the 6 Sefirot from Chesed to Yesod. The second interpretation relates this verse to the Torah. The Talmud states that the hanging or piled hair relates to the fact that every letter of the Torah contains piles and piles, tilei tlaim, of wisdom. Besides this, the hanging hairs are said to relate to the lines upon which the letters of the Torah are written. The Torah which is spoken of here is not the ordinary written Torah, but the primeval Torah, which was written with black fire on white fire. According to many Kabbalists, this primeval Torah in itself is identified with Zer Anpin. In this picture, each letter of the Torah is seen as a hair in the beard of Zer Anpin. These are not seen as simple hairs, but as channels, through which God's wisdom emanates from his head. The head is the concealed wisdom of God, while the letters are its outward revelation. The portion of God's wisdom that we can comprehend bears the same relationship to his true wisdom that the hair does to the brain. The brain is the center of all thought, while the hair is essentially dead. There is a world of difference between the two, yet all that we can comprehend is the hair. The verse says, "His head is a treasure of fine gold." This refers to the unknowable divine intellect. Since all that we can comprehend is a hair, the verse continues, "His locks are hanging, piled, black like a raven." Even these hairs contain piles and piles, tilei tlaim, of wisdom. Still, it is black like a raven. Even these hairs are black and incomprehensible. Each of these hairs corresponds to a point in the letters of the Torah. Each letter contains piles and piles of wisdom. These taltalim, which mean hangings or piles, thus refer to the divine wisdom that is revealed. According to the Midrash, however, they do not refer to the letters themselves, but to the lines, sirtut, upon which they are written. When one writes a physical Torah, one must first draw lines upon which to write the letters. These lines are not actually drawn with ink, but are merely impressed into the parchment with a sharp instrument. These almost invisible lines represent the hanging of the hair, the link between the letter and its spiritual root. From each hair in the divine beard of Zer Anpin, there hangs a universe. Each of these universes is also related to a letter in the Torah. According to this, the tali denotes the hair in the divine beard from which our universe hangs. This is the axis around which the universe revolves. The tali also relates to the meditation on a letter. In this meditation, one pictures the letters as written with black fire on white fire. One contemplates the letter, concentrating on the near-invisible line upon which it is drawn. This line is seen as a hair in the divine beard, from which the universe hangs. The scripture calls the hangings of the divine beard taltalim. The Zohar relates this to the word talpiot, which, as the Talmud teaches, is the hail, tel, to which all mouths, piot, turn. This hill is the mount upon which the temple was built, which Jacob called the Gate of Heaven. Genesis chapter 28, verse 17. This talpiot is the tangible link between the physical and the spiritual. According to the Kabbalists, the same holds true of the Tali. The cycle. The Hebrew word for cycle here is galgal. In a number of places in the Talmud, this word is also used to denote the cycle of events in the world. Later, in chapter 6, stanza 3, the galgal is depicted as the king over time. This is because all time is defined by cyclic motion. The word galgal also means sphere or circle. In some places in the Talmud, the word is used to denote the sphere of the zodiac. The Sefer Yetzirah, in chapter 2, stanza 4, stated that the 22 letters had to be fixed in the galgal to produce the 231 gates. The word galgal, therefore, also denotes the mystical array of the 22 letters. In this respect, the Tali denotes the almost invisible lines upon which the letters are written. The galgal is the circle in which they are drawn. The Sefer Yetzirah also associated the mystical experience with the whirlwind known as a sufa, chapter 1, stanza 6. It is significant that the prophet Isaiah associates such a whirlwind with the galgal, saying, like a sphere, galgal, before the whirlwind, sufa. Isaiah chapter 17, verse 13. It is also associated with God's voice, as in the verse, "The voice of your thunder was in the sphere, galgal." Psalm 77, verse 19. Most significantly, the galgal is also seen as being below the feet of the cherubim. God thus told an angel, "Come to the innards of the galgal, beneath the cherub." Ezekiel chapter 10, verse 2. This cherub is explicitly identified with the chayot seen in Ezekiel's initial vision, as he says, "And the cherubim went up. This is the chayah that I saw on the river Kibar." Ezekiel chapter 10, verse 15. Earlier, in chapter 1, stanza 3, we have also discussed how the cherubim serve as the focus of the mystical experience. The galgal is therefore a cycle that lifts one up to the level of the chayot, which are in the universe of Yetzirah. The Bahir states that the galgal is the womb. In one sense, this is speaking of the galgal as the cycle of time. The present is the womb in which the future is born. As we have seen earlier, in chapter 1, stanza 5, the dimension of time is seen as extending between Chokhmah and Binah. Chokhmah is the past, while Binah is the future. The present is the interface between these two Sefirot. Binah is the mother, and the galgal is her womb. An important cycle that we have discussed earlier, in chapter 1, stanza 4, is the oscillation between Chokhmah and Binah consciousness. The first initiation into the spiritual domain comes through this exercise, and hence, as a galgal, it is the entrance into the mysteries. In this sense, the galgal is the womb from which one is reborn into a spiritual plane. The heart. The heart is seen as king over the soul, chapter 6, stanza 3. Of all parts in the body, it is the dominant one. The soul relates to the spiritual dimension. Thus, when the Sefer Yetzirah speaks of the mystical experience, it describes it as a running of the heart, chapter 1, stanza 8. The Hebrew word for heart is lev, and as mentioned earlier in chapter 1, stanza 1, this is also the number 32 in Hebrew. As the Bahir states, the heart represents the 32 paths of wisdom. It is through these 32 paths that one ascends into the spiritual dimension. The book of Raziel similarly states, breath, ruach, emanates from the heart, just like the Holy Spirit, Ruach HaKodesh, emanates from the throne of glory. The Bahir also states that this heart is the scriptural heart of heaven. The one place where this is mentioned is in the account of the revelation at Sinai. You came close, and you stood under the mountain, and the mountain burned in fire, until the heart of heaven, darkness, cloud, and gloom. And God spoke to you from out of the fire. Deuteronomy chapter 4, verses 11 and 12. From the context, we see that the fire that reached to the heart of heaven was the fire associated with revelation, from which God spoke. Such fire is the third step in the initiation of revelation, as we find in the case of Ezekiel's vision, which was initiated with a storm wind, a great cloud, and flashing fire. Ezekiel chapter 1, verse 4. It was only in the fire that he visualized the chashmal. Similarly, in Elijah's vision, the three steps were wind, sound, and fire. 1 Kings chapter 19, verses 11 through 12. In one place, the Midrash also relates this fire to the ladder in Jacob's dream. This ladder is also the vehicle through which one climbs into the transcendental. The three steps mentioned by Ezekiel also appear parallel those taught by the Sefer Yetzirah in chapter 1, stanzas 10 through 12. First comes breath, ruach, which can also be translated as wind, which is the storm wind of Ezekiel. Then comes water from breath, which can be associated with the rain cloud that he saw. The opaqueness of this cloud is similar to the mire and clay mentioned in Sefer Yetzirah. The third step is fire from water. This is the flashing fire seen by Ezekiel. The Sefer Yetzirah says that out of this fire one depicts the throne of glory, seraphim, ophanim, and holy chayot. Chapter 1, stanza 12. Similarly, after experiencing the fire, Ezekiel was able to visualize the chayot and the throne of glory. It is this fire of revelation that is said to reach to the heart of heaven. The heart is the king over the dimension of spirit, and one travels through this dimension by means of fire. This fire therefore reaches the heart. The heart represents the 32 paths on the tree of life. In this verse, the scripture states that God spoke out of the fire. Elsewhere, however, it says, "You heard his voice out of the midst of the darkness." Deuteronomy chapter 5, verse 20. But as the Zohar states, the fire mentioned here is the fire of darkness. It is the burning longing that comes from the total nullification of thought. This is also associated with the black fire with which the primeval Torah was written. In the Kabbalah, the word heaven is usually associated with Zeir Anpin. The heart of heaven is therefore the heart of Zeir Anpin. It is significant that the Bahir relates the Tali to the hair on the head, while the Galgal is related to the womb or belly. The heart is naturally associated with the chest. Thus, from these three, we have the head, belly, and chest, the three parts of the body associated with the three mothers, Amsh. The Tali, associated with the head, would then relate to the Shin. The Galgal, associated with the belly, would relate to the Mem, and the heart to the Aleph. Out of the three mothers, we derive the kings over the universe, year, and soul. This results in the five-dimensional continuum being divided into space, time, and the spiritual. In another sense, the Tali is the axis, representing the longitudinal angle. The Galgal is the sphere, representing the azimuthal angle, or latitude. The heart is the radius, or altitude. Thus, these three kings represent the three-dimensional in spherical coordinates. The five-dimensional continuum can likewise be represented in hyperspherical coordinates. The Kabbalists note that the initial letters of Tali, Galgal, and Lev spell out Tagel. This is in the verse, "My soul will rejoice, Tegel, in my God." Isaiah chapter 61, verse 10. It is through meditation on these three elements that the soul can attain mystical ecstasy. The word also occurs in the verse, "God is king, let the earth rejoice," Tegel. Psalm 97, verse 1. This can be interpreted to say, God is king, Teli Galgal Lev is the earth, indicating that these are the three kings over his creation, as the Sefer Yetzirah later states in chapter 6, stanza 3. These are the deep mystery, as it is written, "The mystery of another do not reveal." Tegal. Proverbs chapter 25, verse 9. Chapter 6, stanza 2. Three mothers, Amsh, air, water, and fire. Fire is above, water is below, and air of breath is the rule that decides between them. And a sign of this thing is that fire supports water. Mem hums, Shin hisses, and Aleph is the breath of air that decides between them. This is essentially a repetition of chapter 3, stanza 4 and chapter 2, stanza 1. Water and Mem represent Chokhmah, while fire and Shin denote Binah. Since Chokhmah is usually considered to be above Binah, it is somewhat difficult to understand why fire is seen as being above water. The reason behind this, however, is related to the penetration of Chokhmah and Binah into Zeir Anpin, microcosms. The Kabbalists teach that Yesod of Chokhmah penetrates down to Yesod of Zeir Anpin, while Yesod of Binah only penetrates as far as the heart, Tiferet, of Zeir Anpin. Since Binah ends in the heart, it is often identified with this organ. Chokhmah is clothed in Binah, and since Binah ends in the heart, it is there that Chokhmah is first revealed. The 32 paths are thus identified with the heart, Lev, which is Binah, but they are also identified with Chokhmah. Thus, even though fire is above and water is below, still, fire supports water. Wisdom may penetrate creation to a greater degree than understanding, and may be found in lower levels, but still, Binah supports Chokhmah and is below it. This is reflected in the sounds of the Mem and Shin, which represent these as states of consciousness. As discussed earlier, on the basis of the Bahir, the Tali is identified with the head, the Galgal with the belly, and the heart with the chest. Thus, the Tali relates to Shin and fire, the Galgal to Mem and water, and the heart to Aleph and air. What we therefore discover is that space is related to fire, time to water, and spirit to air. Chapter 6, stanza 3. The Tali in the universe is like a king on his throne. The cycle in the year is like a king in the province. The heart in the soul is like a king in war. The Tali in the universe. The word king always alludes to the Sefirah of Malchut, kingship. It denotes the interaction between a ruler and his subjects. When we speak of an entity as a king, it is an indication that it is interacting with something that is below it. The Tali is the king over the universe, that is, over the domain of space. It is seen as a king on his throne. Although the Tali interacts with space, it does not become part of it. We can see this in two ways. First of all, we can take the view that the tali is the axis around which the universe revolves. In circular motion around an axis, everything moves but the axis itself. The axis is the focus of the motion, but does not partake in it. Similarly, the tali is king over space, but does not become part of it. The same is true if we view the tali as the link between the spiritual and the physical. In this respect also, the spiritual does not enter into the physical. As discussed earlier, in Chapter 1, stanzas 4 and 12, a throne always involves a concept of lowering and concern. The tali thus represents the spiritual being lowered so as to interact with the physical. Even though a king sitting on his throne may not come between his subjects, he is still highly affected by them. The spiritual is similarly affected by the physical. The cycle in the year. Unlike the axis, the cycle not only defines time, but also becomes part of time. The cycle cannot stand still in time, but must include itself within the flow of time. Hence, it is like a king in the province. That which defines space can remain aloof from space. That which defines time, on the other hand, cannot remain apart from it. In human terms, it is the mind that provides a perception of both space and time. You can stand in one place and perceive a large portion of space. Like the tali, you can perceive large areas of space and still remain aloof from them. You do not actually have to be in a portion of space in order to perceive it. This is not true of time. You can only perceive the time in which you exist. You may perceive the past in memory or the future in the imagination, but direct perception only exists in the present. You can perceive space at a distance, but time only when in proximity to it. Since no one can perceive the future, you cannot know what you will do later. It is due to this fact that you can have free will in the present. Thus, it is this basic difference between space and time that allows freedom of action. The heart in the soul. The different spatial points, as well as past and future, involve endpoints in their respective continua. Still, they do not represent opposites. In the spiritual dimension, on the other hand, the two endpoints are good and evil, and these are diametrical opposites. Since the heart is the midpoint between these opposites, it is seen as the site of battle between good and evil. The Talmud therefore identifies the heart as the scene of the battle between the good urge, Yetzir Tov, and the evil urge, Yetzir Hara. Chapter 6, stanza 4. Also, God made one opposite the other. Ecclesiastes, chapter 7, verse 14. Good opposite evil, evil opposite good. Good from good, evil from evil. Good defines evil, and evil defines good. Good is kept for the good ones, and evil is kept for the evil ones. One opposite the other. This speaks of the heart, which is like a king in battle. The two extremes on the spiritual axis, good and evil, are actual opposites. Like light and darkness, the two cannot coexist. Good from good. As discussed earlier, in Chapter 1, stanza 5, good is the point on this axis that is closest to God. Evil is the side that is furthest from Him. All good comes from the side of good, while all evil comes from the other side. Good defines evil. The Zohar explains that light can only be recognized because of the existence of darkness. If there were no darkness, light would be an integral part of the environment, and such an integral part cannot be sensed. Thus, for example, we cannot sense the air, since it is an integral part of our normal environment. Since air is always present, there is no need for us to have senses to detect its presence or absence. Similarly, if light were always present, without being divided into shades and colors, we could not see anything with it. Every shade or color involves some absorption of light, and hence, a degree of darkness. In a similar manner, good can only be recognized because of the existence of evil. If evil did not exist, then we would not have any free choice whatever. We would be like mere puppets or robots. It is only because of the existence of good and evil that free will can exist, where we can choose between them. Conversely, it is only as a result of free will that good and evil can be recognized and defined. Good is kept for the good ones. The dimension of good and evil not only serves to define these concepts, but also serves to reward them. It is taught that God created the world in order to bestow good to the world. But what good does he offer? First of all, we must realize that any good that God gives must be the ultimate good that his creation can accept. The psalmist said, "How great is your good, stored up for those who fear you." Psalm 31, verse 20. Our sages interpret this to say that God bestows good in the greatest possible abundance. In another place, they teach us that this verse means that God is telling us, "You according to your strength, and me according to mine." In other words, God gives us the greatest good that we can possibly accept. But what is this ultimate good? What is the greatest possible good that God can bestow? If we think about it, the answer is really quite simple. The greatest possible good is God himself. There is no other ultimate true good. The psalmist thus said, "I have no good but you." Psalm 16, verse 2. In the Talmud, Rabbi Acha interprets this to mean that no true good exists in the world except that of God himself. The ultimate good is therefore to partake of God, and it is this good that he planned to give the world. He would create a world where creatures ultimately could partake of his essence. The psalmist sings of this, "Taste and see that God is good. Happy is the man who finds refuge in him." Psalm 34, verse 9. God, therefore, created the world in such a way that we could draw close to him and partake of his essence. Of course, we are not speaking of physical closeness, but of spiritual closeness. Such closeness involves the knowledge and understanding of God, as well as resembling him to the greatest degree possible. Here again, we hear this in the words of the psalmist, "But for me, the nearness of God is good. I have made God my refuge, that I may tell of his works." Psalm 73, verse 28. The psalmist is teaching us that his ultimate good is nearness to God. This nearness involves telling of his works, that is, a deep knowledge and perception of the divine. The ultimate good that God offers is therefore the opportunity to perceive him. In one place, our sages thus teach us that God created the world in order that men may know him. This is not a separate reason, but the way in which he bestows his good upon us. God thus told us through his prophet, "I am your God. I teach you for your good." Isaiah chapter 48, verse 17. The psalmist expresses the same idea when he says, "You are good, and you do good. Teach me your decrees." Psalm 119, verse 68. To know God and understand him in any way is to have a deep awe and dread of his majesty. All true wisdom is that of God. But such wisdom and knowledge imply the fear and reverence of God. The psalmist thus said, "The beginning of wisdom is the fear of God." Psalm 111, verse 10. Solomon expressed the same idea when he said, "The fear of God is the beginning of knowledge." Proverbs chapter 1, verse 7. We can therefore say that the ultimate goal of creation is that we should come close to God, and therefore both know and fear Him. Again, we hear the words of Solomon, "Whatever God does shall be forever. God has made it so that man should fear Him." Ecclesiastes chapter 3, verse 14. The Talmud comments on this, saying that the world was created for the fear of God. This is man's true purpose in the world, as we find again, the sum of the matter, when all has been heard, fear God and keep His commandments, for this is all of man. Ecclesiastes chapter 12, verse 13. In the Talmud, Rabbi Elazar comments on this, and says Solomon is teaching us that all the world was created for the fear of God. When our sages say that the world was created for the fear of God, they are not contradicting the teaching that it was created as a vehicle for His good. What they are doing is expressing what this good ultimately is. It is a knowledge of God that is most perfectly expressed by the reverence and awe that we call the fear of God. The ultimate place where we will be worthy of this vision and perception will be in what we call Olam Haba, the future world, or the world to come. It is a world of absolute life and goodness. It is of the vision of the world to come that the psalmist is speaking of when he says, "I believe that I will gaze upon God in the land of the living." Psalm 27, verse 13. This land of the living is the future world. It is this future world that is the goal of all creation. Our sages thus teach us, this world is like an antechamber before the world to come. Prepare yourself in the antechamber before you enter the palace. Since this future world is the ultimate goal of creation, it is also the place of ultimate good. In the language of the Talmud, it is called the world where all is good. It is a good that surpasses anything that this world